Quantum racing a spec at the top of the world. Rolex TP52 World Championship.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
So day 4 we've had Breeze in the morning, expecting to do 3 races. Now Alpha Plus, our team from Hong Kong, are going better and better. They've been with us for the 2 seasons now. We're with Leo and Tom from Alpha Plus. Guys, how are we this morning?
Yeah, pretty good. Obviously day 4 and yesterday was a really long day, so we're expecting another long day today, trying to get 3 races in.
Leo, how is it for you?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, the conditions have been, light and pretty tricky with the waves, but just another day today and 3 races, so try to get some keepers.
Give us a little bit of an introduction to yourself, because you're relatively new to the team, aren't you?
Yeah, I joined at the beginning of this season. Tom rang me up. We've worked together in the past, and the team's gelled together really nicely, and I'm really enjoying it.
So a little bit of your background, a little potted history.
Yeah, so I grew up in New Zealand. I've been sailing over there. Just recently finished sailing 49er, went to the Tokyo Olympics, and then Tom and I did a bit of 49er sailing with each other the last couple of years, and then decided to team up.
And how's it been then coming into Super Series? Have you done big boat sailing before?
Yeah, I did the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron youth program down in New Zealand, and then sail with a bunch of the Kiwis that are racing against each other now. A lot of keelboat racing there, match racing background, and then that kind of translates into what we're doing now in the Super Series. Obviously at a higher level, but it's just really exciting.
So what's he like then, Tom?
Super calm, on the boat. You don't really hear much from him, so sometimes we're giving him a bit of a in the ribs to try and get his feel and get how the boat's feeling. But for a young guy, super experienced, been involved in a lot of programs, SW'ly and Olympics and all that kind of performance mindset really helps the team, especially a new team trying to catch up to these guys that have been doing it for many, many years. So we're slowly seeing some progress, so it's really fun, and the team's team's building nicely.
He steers the boat fast though.
Yeah. Well, it's getting slowly faster and faster, and we're learning lessons every day. Like we definitely make big mistakes where you just go, okay, we just saw that for the first time and we stuffed it up royally. But then the really positive thing is we can just work on that and try to not do it again. So we're slowly chipping away, and we can see this week we're being quite consistent. We just need to hit the front a little bit more.
What's been the key then to the moving up the ranking a little bit?
Oh, it's better starts, slightly better speed, being on the right side of shifts. It's all those little 1% things that it's hard when you make one mistake to get it back, because these other guys don't make mistakes. So once you make one mistake, you're kind of dictated to where you're allowed to go on the course, and often it's not the right place to be. So and then with these guys are all going fast, so you're not going to outboat speed them. So it starts from kind of when you get to the containers and making the right sail choices, when you get out on the course, tuning straight away, making sure you're on the pace, and then you can kind of slow the pace down and make sure you focus on starts, getting nice starting. So it's all those little 1% things, and then so it doesn't snowball. If you make a bad decision with sail choice and then you're late to change, it's kind of snowballs.
So you're obviously tactician, but you're very hands-on all the way through the programme, are you? Or what's your role behind the curtain, as it were?
Yeah, well, yes, a little bit, I guess. Tactician on the boat, and then onshore I'm trying to help. Obviously, we've got a lot of young people in the program, so Sean and Tina have been really helpful that we can kind of start from the very beginning, and a lot of young guys in the program, so it's kind of building from the ground up. And then I guess from my Olympic background, just in terms of debriefs and looking at performance side of it, and trying to see where we can not just improve the 1%ers, but where 10%ers, boat handling, and where we really need to focus on. I guess I'm helping there, but with the young guys, it's it's a really nice open conversation. Everyone's pretty helpful, and no massive egos or anything like that. So it's a really nice program.
We're talking to Will Ryan the other day, a double Olympic medalist. You're a gold medalist. We're coming into the Olympic period in the next week. What's the kind of transition from Olympic medalist into this level of sailing?
Yeah, it changes for every person, I guess. It was funny watching that interview with the guys. It looks like a boat full of 470 sailors, and me coming from mainly lasers, it'd just be funny. You wouldn't be able to have a boat full of laser sailors. You just wouldn't have the skill sets on board. So I guess every class is different, just in terms of what you bring to the program. Obviously, this boat's very technical, so all that sort of technicality from the 470 would help for sure. But the laser standpoint, being tactician, it helps all the stuff that you learned from those many years. But that's why Leo's quite good, very broad base in terms of experience and boat sailed, so it's kind of covers a lot of areas. And then I think I guess the first thing is getting involved in the program. The Olympic side is always about improvement every day, and you just need to get involved in these programs to then slowly kind of improve every day yourself, until we can compete against the big boys.
Leo, obviously new role, very specific. What's the next improvements, and how do you make these improvements?
Yeah, for us, I think it's just improving our consistency. We're starting to see the light and getting better starts and getting a really nice, consistent approach into our starting. So from now on, it's just making sure that we get in the right spots. Hopefully Tom puts us in those right spots, and then from then on, using our speed, hopefully keeps improving as well, and then just slowly picking boats off one by one and not going backwards through the fleet.
What's your dynamic at the back of the boat with your navigator? Do you have a strategist?
Sean is the strategist, so obviously owner is strategist, and so I have conversations with him throughout the race, and Harry, our navigators, has been doing navigation with them in Hong Kong. So this is the only sailing he's doing, so he's really learning from chatting with a lot of the other navigators from the other teams, and really upskilling himself. And so it's building from the ground up, and it's really nice. We can kind of just slowly I guess build who's doing what roles, and I guess figuring it out like that. So there's sometimes where we're kind of winging it, I would say, more than other teams, and then we kind of debrief that and figure out where we actually want people kind of taking over.
Leo, obviously Vayu won last month. Is that a little bit of an inspiration to you guys?
Yeah, for sure. Like a team like that who are so quite new to the Super Series, we're definitely looking up to them. They're doing a good job with what they're doing, and so we just got to keep an eye on them and just make sure that we're on the front foot and working on what we've been struggling with. So just working as a team, and it's been really good just with all the young guys, and Sean and Tina have been super accommodating to the learning process, and we got the Hong Kong guys that are, super keen and eager, and we've got a really good culture as well, which helps. So
tell us more about the culture then. I mean, obviously we don't see it from the outside, but what's a kind of team culture?
I guess it just starts from off the water. There's good banter and everyone gets along. We have good coffees, go cycling in the mornings, and everyone's just really friendly with each other. And then we're all young as well, so it's just that comes into it. And then with really good owners like Sean and Tina, who are just really accommodating to the whole learning process, just helps the whole thing. And so really enjoy it. And then it's just when we get out on the water, it's just straight into racing mode, and everyone can be open with each other, and that's the main thing.
What's your ambitions in sailing then?
Yeah, ambitions in sailing. No, I think I just want to be the best sailor I can be. Like Tom said, I've done a lot of different kinds of sailing, from match racing to a lot of foiling and to a lot of keelboat racing now. So I think I'd like to be an all-rounder and just really just be the top in all those fields.
Obviously, Tom Slingsby, top of the tree from Australia, Olympic gold medalist. Do you have aspirations of following in his footsteps?
Yeah, well, they're big shoes to fill, aren't they? Obviously he's doing awesome. Most would say best sailor in the world. So I was just hanging out with him recently in the Sail GP in New York. So he's an inspiration. Yeah, for sure. And I've spent time with him sailing in the laser when he was still doing that. So we get on really well. He's obviously one of the best sailors, and really nice bloke as well.
Think we'll see him back here?
I'd say so. I'd say it sometime. I'm sure most of these teams are probably always sending him emails trying to get him back here. So I'm sure the time when he's available, he'll be back. Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? Yeah. No, I think the One Design stuff for sure is where he still really enjoys it. Yeah. What are we expecting today then, Leo?
Yeah, I think we'll expect a little bit more breeze than yesterday, a little bit more sunshine, which is nice, and then we'll bang out 3 races, and for us we're just going to try to keep it consistent and try and move up the leaderboard.
Good for you, thanks guys. So Leo and Tom there from the Alpha Plus, moving up the leaderboard hopefully, as we say, 3 races, and let's look back at yesterday's highlight, only the one race. So day number 3 here in Newport, Rhode Island at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. It's a big day here. It's the midpoint of the World Championship. It's also the midpoint of the 2024 season. In the season standings, well, it's really finely balanced at the top of the table, as we expect it to stay all the way through to the grand finale in Valencia. And for the World Championship, well, it's Gladiator on top by 4 points. They've had 3 back-to-back wins. They've never won the World Championship, but as in both cases, consistency is the key. Well, it's late afternoon before race 5 gets underway. The breeze is at 255 degrees, about 6 to 7 knots, a 1.5 mile upwind leg, and off the start line will Platoon Aviation start at the committee boat end of the line, go out to the right. Meantime, Gladiator going off the left end of the line. This time the right side pays with a little bit of a wind shift, a little bit more extra pressure. And the top mark, Platoon Aviation, Harmler Spear, leading comfortably from Alegre round in second, and Sled third. Down the run, no changes. So nice, comfortable race win for Platoon Aviation, a real confidence builder for the world champions. Alegre come through in second, keeping on the pressure. So too, Sled in third.
It's an important one because after yesterday we were in a bad situation. Now we are not a lot better, but at least we have some chance, let's say. And we were not zero yesterday, we are not hero today. It's just a matter to keep pushing hard and try to make the next 5 regattas properly.
One of these days that you have many forecasts and no one was really right. So we went to the basic at the end, and we need to keep focused and do our job, and then we see.
So Rolex TP52 World Championship, after 5 races, Gladiator still leading on 17 points. Alegre close up to 1 point behind on 18, and Sled in third on 22 points. So a long wait today, but it was well worth it. Just 1 race, a good win for Platoon Aviation, but still at the top of the World Championship standings are Gladiator and Alegre pushing all the time. Plan is for 3 races tomorrow. Join us then. Well, that was yesterday. Today we are on hold momentarily. There was lots of breeze this morning as it happened, but that was the gradient breeze. And as we see here, often in this high summer when the temperatures rise, you wait for the thermal breeze. So there's some conflict between the thermal and the gradient, and at the moment it's cancelled out. Louise, what are the prospects on the water just now? It looks to be quite quiet.
Andy, yes, at the moment we are currently waiting for race number 6. I think we have just 5 knots, so not raceable yet, also from different wind directions so far. As you've said, we had a northern gradient this morning. It was quite chilly, quite nice, some more dry air, so it would be good for a sea breeze development. We can also already see this cute little cumulus clouds over the land. So I think we might have a little bit more of a delay, but I'm expecting better conditions than yesterday. In theory, we should get 9 to 13 knots. That would be beautiful for these boats. And we have a little bit of current. It should get stronger, so that will affect the boats in this light breeze quite a lot. So I think we can wait for some more exciting racing.
But you spoke to a few navigators this morning. Are they hopeful of getting 3 races in the sea breeze?
Yes, absolutely. So I spoke to a few teams this morning and they all said that it looks better than yesterday, and yesterday we managed to do a race very late in the afternoon. So I hope we can do the 3 races as we planned to do them, but already 2 would be good. And in theory, a lot of forecasts are aligned today to have a sea breeze development, so thermal wind. And yes, I hope we will be racing soon.
We are hoping, but in the meantime we're just going to have to be patient, and we know all about that, having been here last month. We lost a couple of days to very light winds, but anyway, the Newport sea breeze is due to come in. We say we have about 5 knots on the start line, so we just need another couple of knots and we should get going. Anyway, the Vayu effect is something we're talking about through the fleet. Vayu, the Whitcraft family from Thailand, who won last month. A little bit of a dream sequence for them. But Nick Rogers was actually missing, the double Olympic medalist, who's the normal tactician. But we caught up with Nick earlier on the week and then made a pretty good start to the regatta. And this is Nick.
Yeah, it's been a really good start. You know, the team's in a really good place and sailing really well. And I think with a lot of teams, it's very much us v us out there. And so, yeah, it's been great to come in and the team building on the confidence they got from the last event. I think that's given us a nice kind of confidence in the process and how we trim the boat, and it's been really good.
How important is confidence in this fleet? I mean, you've come from down there to up there, as it were.
Yeah, you know, I think that it's not the first time the team's done well, and so we did a few events in the first season where we were quite strong for large periods of it, and then either we had a hiccup or like the Worlds in Cascais, and then we had the third in Sorrento, and I think that it's always just been there, but really erratic, you know, really on-off performances, and I think a lot of teams suffer from that as well. We're not the only ones, and I think that the team winning the last event, they did a great job of sort of day after day after day, and I think that gave the team confidence in the process, and really the detailed things like the rig tune and you know, the trim of the sails, and I think that's invaluable, especially if you've really docked it and you're like, we know where that is to come back to, and I think that between Pom, main trimmer, and Gabri and Don driving, they've done a really good job of learning and kind of bottling some of that.
Duty bound to ask you what it was like being at home when the team win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I wish I was here. Manny did a fantastic job, and I was actually racing at the time. You know, otherwise I would have loved to have been here. It was amazing. It's something that, it's one thing to finish top 3, but to win, yeah, mega. And I think that's been a real, it's a huge achievement at any point in anyone's career. It's a big deal, so really good.
And you come here with high expectations from the team or yourself, or what was your mental approach coming here?
I think, I mean, you know, it's always high pressure. It doesn't matter whether they've won or lost. You're always high pressure, and I kind of rolled in really excited to see if there were any dynamic changes in the way the team's attitude or anything, and I think that probably the key change is anything's possible.
They still like to go to the pub though?
They're a bit more professional than that. Yeah.
No, but I mean they enjoy this the whole being around Super Series, and it's not totally full on all the time.
No, I think the team are. We enjoy it. I mean, to be part of the Super Series is a really big deal. You know, it is a really great. It's the best monohull series in the world, and with the most fantastic boats and everything, and the racing is really well organised and run. It's a fantastic thing to be doing, and they certainly, we love that. Like, you get here, and it's a good feeling to be racing like that, and I think the team really enjoy it. We all try bloody hard. You know, the guys work really hard on delivering the performance, and but we enjoy it. Yeah, you know.
But there's a certain value factor now coming into the circuit where it's fantastic for the circuit, for the class, to see how well you've done. It's really inspiring other teams.
Absolutely. I think that for me, one of the key things about the Vayu program is exactly that. It shows that you can, if you do the hard things well, and just really chip away at the kind of fundamentals of sailing, you can come and join this series, and you're not going to be last. Quite the opposite. And the more you can just get the key components together, the world's your oyster. And Pom, to be fair, has created this kind of team with Kevin, and he's been instrumental in the direction, in constantly keeping up with the latest, so even in an older boat we're still sails tuned properly, rig tuned properly, and we go through all the process, briefing, debrief,
So we've got two boats joining the circuit at the next regatta. What would be your advice to them?
We joined with Quantum, and they offered us invaluable support. Like, it would have been really difficult without that, and they also gave us structure. So they structured our day and made a lot of the decisions for us, and we took people's advice and actually listened to it and just really tried to do what we're being told, and that was, like I said, that was Pom's kind of call, and he's followed that religiously, and just try and enjoy it, but try and do the basics well. Just make sure you're on the start line and enjoy the learning. If you enjoy the learning, you'll get there.
Another thing, we're talking to some of the X470 guys around the dock just now, looking ahead to the Olympics. So do you miss that side of it?
No, I loved it when I did it. Unbelievable experience, huge part of my life. I don't miss it at all now. No, my niece is doing it, and so I kind of live through her for that experience, and I'm really excited for her, Vita and Twiggy Groob for the Marseille
Olympics. As Nick Rogers, double Olympic medalist in the 470, and doing a great job with the Vayu team. Vayu presently 5th, Alpha Plus, who we also spoke to earlier, in 6th. Alpha Plus having a little bit more of a consistent run, whereas Vayu a little bit more up and down. But Louise, confidence, we were talking about to Nick Rogers and the Alpha Plus guys about confidence and how important it is in this fleet. What's your thoughts?
Andy, for me, Vayu is one of the coolest team also from that fleet. They have the whole family racing on one boat. I raced with my sister together in the 470, and that was a challenge. But imagine racing with your entire family on a boat. So they have Don, 20 years old, that's the son, he's the helm on that boat. Then they have Mali, the mother, she's doing the runners. Really physical job. She needs to put 8 to 10 tons on that rudder, and she has Dylan, her other son, helping her with the rudders on the other side, because you always have runners on both sides. And then you have Kevin, the father, he's doing the jib trim. And then you have Tom, he's the uncle, depends on from what family side you're looking. He's doing the pit, and you have Nick, he's grinding. So you have the entire family in key positions on that boat. And I wonder if they ever stopped debriefing. I spoke with Mali one morning and I asked her, so you go home, you debrief, and you wake up, you debrief. And she said she's just really loving that they can enjoy this passion together and that they're sailing together, and they also sail in their holidays together. They have another boat, they're just about to sail step by step from Europe to Thailand, and they also do this with their entire family, and I think this is just amazing. And on top of that, they have some other sailors from Thailand on their boat. This is a kind of development program to integrate young sailors from Thailand into professional sailing. So I spoke with one of them, and he's just starting there for 70 as a crew, and he's just so grateful for this opportunity he can get with the Vayu team.
And indeed, Alpha Plus doing something similar. But I'm saying it's so important to come into the boat park every morning and not feel intimidated when you are indeed on the start line. Not to feel intimidated by the big teams, the 7 times world champions like Quantum Racing and Platoon, for example, Sled, the teams which have been in the circuit for as long as pretty much as the circuit has been going. But they really have started to find their marks and sailing with more confidence.
Absolutely, and I think that the win they had from last event really boosted the confidence, and maybe it also made them believe more that they are able to win an event and be in the really front of the fleet. I know this for myself. I think you need to one time be able to win a big event. With my sister, it was together when we started sailing the 470 that we managed to win a medal in a junior Europeans. It was in Regatta Lake, so where the also the junior worlds are taking place at the moment. And it was just such a moment where you could finally understand, well, you're not there anymore somewhere in the fleet. You can actually be in the top of the fleet and you can win events. And I think this is a really crucial moment in every sailor's career to understand that.
Indeed, and I think that's applying across the fleet. You know, we speak to the guys on Prix, for example, and they say they've had a little bit of a psychological boost knowing that if Vayu can do it, then they can certainly keep improving. Again, they can have the confidence, they can not be intimidated. But I can see that the breeze is building just a little bit, but I think we're going to take a break for a few minutes until we have a racing breeze established, and we'll join you then. So stay with us.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the Rolex TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our 2 flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
You feel that vibe all night. You know, I don't even really know where to begin, because it seems like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean? One special. No matter where you're from, all around the world, it's one unique, one special vibe.
For the first time ever in its 13-year successful history, the 52 Super Series hits Newport, Rhode Island. Newport is steeped in sailing history. It's known 50 years of America's Cup racing on these waters, from the J-Class in 1930 to 37 and the 12 metres from 58 to 83. It remains a veritable mecca for sailing.
It's fantastic to get this fleet here on the famous waters of the America's Cup. Just great to showcase the greatest monohull fleet in the world here in Newport.
It's amazing. I mean, this is the epicenter of sailing in North America.
The XS 52 Super Series Newport Trophy Regatta is hosted by the New York Yacht Club from their magnificent Harbour Court. 3 different teams represent the New York Yacht Club. Takashi Okura's Sled, the 2021 champions. Of course, there's Doug DeVos's 5 times champions, Quantum Racing, powered by American mighg. And then there's Austin and Gwen Fragament's Interlodge programme. They're long-time club members. Austin is actually a trustee of the club, and they run their Interlodge programme out of Newport.
Wonderful occasion, and it's something that I've looked forward to for a number of years. Even when the fleet came to Florida, I said we really should be in Newport. So we're really delighted to have everybody here.
As ever, sustainability is high on the agenda. There are many different initiatives running over the course of the event.
We're happy to partner with the 52 Super Series to be able to support this. So what we're trying to do is pick up any pollution we find in and around here, especially around the moorings.
Right now we're doing a beach cleanup in Jamestown, Rhode Island with a 52 Super Series. And we're picking up trash here along this beautiful coastline.
Dig out plastic!
The 52 Super Series fleet is all part of the club's annual regatta. During the week, there's a chance for some of the 52s to take part in the Around the Island race. The whole setup is perfect for VIP guest programmes, and over the course of the regatta we host various different groups from Excess Energy, one of our principal partners. There's a 13th man experience on board some of the TP52s. There's the chance to go racing on the 12 metres, and we're hosted by our local sponsor, Palm Beach Motor Yachts.
Yeah, it's by far the premium fleet in the world in my view, so it's been great. We've had a lot of sponsors on board, a lot of supporters, and they've really enjoyed it. The second regatta of the 5-event 2024 season is the XS 52 Super Series Newport Trophy. The winners of the final regatta of 2023, Hasso and Tina Plattner's South African flagged Phoenix, return back to the circuit after missing out the first regatta in Palma.
It's really cool to be back. It's really nice to not be in pain. It's awesome to do it together. Thanks to all the great teamwork and everyone knowing what they're doing. It's really easy to just get on the boat.
It's great. It was great and it's still great.
On the race courses, the competition starts off relatively gently and light breezes, but Newport then delivers over the next couple of days with really good sea breezes up to 16-17 knots at times. It's fantastic competition, exactly what the 52 Super Series came to Newport for. Initially, it's Quantum Racing powered by American mighg that are dominant. They win 3 races from 4, but Vayu mark themselves out as podium contenders with Manu Weiler calling tactics.
Yeah, it's my second time with them. I've been in Scarlino last year, and it's going really well this week, and we're very happy with what we're doing. I love the class, and I think it's great racing, probably the best I've been doing.
It's exciting to see the development of the younger generation of sailors. It's starting out with a 1-1, 4-1. We always know it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
The third day of racing was a little bit of a reality check for the regatta leaders, who end up with an 8th place. They're pinched off the start line by Platoon, forced to the right side of the course, and that 8th place is their biggest score of the regatta so far. Meantime, Vayu win that race, keep themselves in contention for the regatta. Platoon get 3rd place in that race, starting to look like regatta contenders, but it's a disaster in the next race when they hit an object.
We have a new boat, we are learning. Today was a good day for us. We could be on the podium 3rd. So maybe boat of the day, and suddenly we come back with this kind of result, so not very nice.
The rudder is very badly damaged. They have to lift the boat out, and a race against time starts.
We got a rudder from Gladiator, we got new bearings from Sled, and managed to work them in to fit. So it's a wonderful family. When things get tough, other people help.
Platoon are repaired and back ready to go racing on this Saturday, but it proves to be a long day on the water waiting for the breeze to come in. In the end, there's no racing.
racing. And so Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, lead into the final day. Vayu chasing hard.
Getting the boat set up for the conditions, and we're ready to go as soon as they put up the flags.
Our mood's good. Everyone's pretty happy. We're all sort of keen just to go out and race. We're loving Newport so far.
So dramatic final day. Off the start line of race 7, Quantum are actually over the line, have to recross and end up going up the first beat in 10th. Meantime, Platoon lead all the way around the course with Gladiator in second. Vayu at this point are leading the regatta. Through the finish line they get 5th place. Quantum Racing are down in 9th. And going into the final race then, Vayu lead by a single point over Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. So race 8, much the same kind of breeze for the final showdown of the regatta. Gladiator and Alegre get away nicely out on the right side. Vayu are in about 6th in the early part. Quantum Racing are deep once again, but at the leeward gate, Vayu are slow. Quantum Racing escape a little bit. Round the top mark, Quantum Racing are back as regatta leaders, but at the finish line it's incredibly close. Vayu just pip Platoon on the finish line to get 8th place, with Quantum Racing back in 10th. Their regatta title is Vayu's.
Well, I mean, it just absolutely blows us away. Totally amazed. I got to say, we didn't expect to be first today. It's just fantastic. It shows hard work, never give up, always works and always pays off.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, can't get any better than this. The finish was so exciting, and so until the last meter that we're super excited with this, super happy.
So the final standings for the XS52 Super Series Newport Rhode Island Trophy, it's Vayu winning on 33 points, second are Gladiator on 35 points, and third Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 36.
We only missed the regatta win by 2 points. That's all good. We had a very good last day. We had a good result on the week, and we are in a good position overall. So obviously we are satisfied and happy.
It was a very tough day for us. Going to revise the mistakes that we made and the weaknesses, and try to come back stronger.
And the 2024 circuit standings after Palma and Newport. Leaders are Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 63 points. Second, Gladiator on 72. And Sled on 75 points are third. So that's it from the XS52 Super Series Newport Rhode Island Trophy. Join us again in July, back here in Newport for the Rolex TP52 World Championship.
Yo!
2024 52 Super Series season opens early. In fact, it's only late April when the 10-boat fleet from 7 different nations musters back in the Bay of Palma at the 52 Super Series Palma Vela Sailing Week, all part of the annual curtain up for the mid-racing season. Well, Palma, early season, anything can happen weather-wise. We've never sailed this early in the season before. Nonetheless, it's great to be hosted by the Real Club Náutico de Palma, one of the world's most renowned yacht clubs, where Spain's royal family sail from.
Well, this year is a very special occasion, very challenging occasion, and we are very happy to have the TPs amongst the offshore and the Palma Vela.
It's the first event of 5, and it's so early season because the fleet are shipped to Newport, Rhode Island for 2 regattas there for the very first time, and then returning to Mallorca and a big finale in Valencia in September. All eyes are on 2 new boats. The 2023 champions, Harmuller Spear, has a new Platoon Aviation, a sister ship to Andy Soriano's new Alegre.
We are pretty much excited to get the new boat, but I mean, it's a long way to go because the boat is totally different in the whole concept. It's sailing differently, and you have to learn a lot. How could you improve to get up to speed?
You know, after many years all together, same team, such a change like a new boat is something that brings a new positive spirit.
It's difficult. Not easy. Everyone's working as a team, but it's not easy.
As well as the new boats, there's no shortage of new young talent, young faces in Palma. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have again 4 new young sailors in their lineup, all part of their American Magic Talent Feeder Initiative.
We have a core group of quantum racing of highly skilled and determined sailors, but also a new group of young, highly motivated sailors, and I think it's going to be really interesting how we come together as a team and how we learn from the experienced sailors, but also from each other.
Alegre bring in Spain's past 470 world champion, 2020 Olympian Sylvia Mas.
Well, I'm in the mid-bow, so I help Mateo with the spinnaker and then managing that everything is clean for the hoist and everything. And well, I'm super happy with a very good team.
And young Nopakau Punpat, the past Opti world champion, is steering Vayu for the first time.
Very interesting and very challenging. They are very good, everyone very competitive.
And there are some not quite so young faces. France's best known, most decorated racing legend, Loic Perron, has been recruited to Paprec.
I'm not the rookie of the year, but I'm very excited to be in a team like that. I'm watching them since many, many years.
Among the other changes, Tony Langley's team have a new Gladiator and the former Alegre.
So far we are enjoying the boat, we are still learning about her, but this boat has a different keel and we feel that we are able to hold lanes better. And still we are finding we are very quick downwind, so we think we are more competitive this year speed-wise.
Vayu's Whitcraft family are proud hosts of the owner's dinner, an authentic taste of Thailand in the heart of Palma. At every regatta, Vayu hosts visits from young local sailors to the race boat, perhaps inspiring them, maybe even the future stars of the 52 Super Series in 2040. And sustainability, as ever, is very near the top of our agenda.
Here in Palma, every single day we are doing something different. Another really impressive stuff what we did, there was the underwater cleanup. But what we found yesterday, that was really like, oof. When we're saying, okay, we have to have a deep dive into sustainability, I think, the images we saw yesterday, that was really a deep dive into shit. Then the other thing is, the cooperation which is still going on with Yachting Gives Back, the redistribution of food after racing. And that's really impactful because most of the people they don't think about, they think hunger is maybe a problem of Africa, but sometimes the hunger problem is so close to you and that's really important, to do something and to start action.
Palma delivers a real variety of weather like we've never seen before. No wind to too much wind, nothing to over 30 knots, and in 13 years we've never had a season start so badly affected by weather, with only 3 racing days. Racing their last regatta with their current boat and a new boat in build, it's a dream popular finale as Turkey's Provetsa lift the first title of 2024. With the big win under pressure on the last race, Ergen Imri's team lay to rest the ghosts of past disappointments in Palma, not least being pipped to the post for last year's title.
Honoring end for the boat. It's going to the new owner now, and we are extremely happy. It was a regatta with ups and downs, but I think we had the least downs. So that's made the difference in the end. And to win the last race was just a miracle and dream come true. It was very nice. And it is a late excuse of the odds for last year maybe.
It was a great way to finish our last race on the P10. Done a few years and a few miles on the boat, and it was nice to finish our last race and win it. And then the way the points worked out, we won the regatta as well. So we've got good memories now of this boat.
It's a hugely intense, close regatta pivoting round 2 big 3-race days. Palma dealing out some of the best conditions, winds over 20 knots, bright sunshine and waves. The windward mark roundings are often spectacular. Provetsa hooked the windward mark in the first day. Quantum Racing have to peel away at one windward mark and lose places. On the brand new Alegre, Andy Soriano's team lead into the final day, but they falter with a pair of 9ths. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, come close to winning the regatta, but they finish second, whilst Interlodge take third.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing. We're being so close to taking the event victory, but it's a really positive sign for us. We've made a lot of improvement from the 2 weeks we've sailed together, and we've got some new young sailors on the boat, so things are looking positive for us, and we're looking forward to Newport.
It was exciting stuff. Everyone was tight at the top, and you know, it was every man for themselves out there in that final race. Congrats to the Professor team. They just went on sailed a phenomenal day in those conditions across the fleet, and well-deserved win for them. We had a great time out there, and it was great to sail the boat uprange.
So the final standings after 7 races, the winners are Provezza on 25 points, second Quantum Racing powered by American mighg on 27, and third Interlodge 32. So now the 52 Super Series heads to Newport, Rhode Island for the very first time. We've got 2 regattas back to back. Join us live every day.
Gracias, Palma. See you in Newport.
Welcome back to beautiful Newport, Rhode Island, here in the USA. We're here for the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Everything on the line. We have 10 teams racing from 7 different nations. We have the 7 times world champions Quantum Racing powered by American mighg.
Yeah, 752 Worlds, so something I'm proud of. The first one in Lanzarote was obviously a big one with Terry, and then each one was special. The one in 2022 with Doug was really good, so each one's a little bit special.
We have Sled, who won 1 world title, who have been showing so well on these home waters for them, and Platoon Aviation, helmed by Harmuller Speer.
We won 3 world championships in this class, and for me as an amateur driver, it's quite a big achievement.
But as we saw last month, any team could win. Vayu had a dream victory here last month. Let's see how it plays out. Race 1 breezes 12 to 14 knots, wind angle of 240 degrees, and Vayu, Alpha Plus and Paprec all start off the left-hand side of the line. Doesn't look so good for the first part of the upwind, but the left does come in nicely round the top mark, with Vayu leading from Alpha Plus, Paprec and Platoon coming round the top mark side by side, slightly overlap, but does Vayu keep the lead all the way through? And the second upwind, a nice gain on the left side to Sled, gets him up to second place. Down the final run will Vayu just hold on under pressure from Sled and Alegre. Through the finish line was a win for Vayu, second place Sled and third Alegre. So breezes down just very slightly for the second race of the day, probably 8 or 9 knots on the start line. Gladiator get off the pin end of the line, lead up to the left to preferred side of the track and go round the top mark with the lead, with Sled and Platoon second and third. Through the leeward gate will Gladiator have gained and are comfortably ahead of Sled and Alegre. Through the finish line is a win for Gladiator. Sled get their second place of the day, and Platoon get third. So the regatta leaders are Sled.
Pretty solid day. Mr. Okura arrived last night, and so we did a couple of tacks and jibes with him this morning, and he got locked straight into it. So really pleased with how we were going.
But we got the course figured out yesterday with a 1-2 in practice, but that first race was a little bit of a coming down, but second race we got it right.
So the standings after 2 races at the Rolex TP52 World Championship, leaders are Sled on 4 points, second Alegre on 7 points, and third Vayu on 8 points. Well, a fantastic first day's racing here in Newport, Rhode Island. Most consistent team today has been Sled, 2 second places, top of the table at the moment, but a long way to go, but great racing. Join us again tomorrow. Well, the second day of racing in prospect here at the Rolex TP52 World Championships in Newport, Rhode Island. Lighter forecast, 2 good races yesterday for Sled, 2 second places. They're on top of the table.
Boat's going well, team's going really well, and it just shows what a tough place Newport is to sail.
But that's just the first day. Let's see what happens on day 2. Compared to day 1, the breeze is much lighter for the start of race 3. The wind axis is 235 degrees, probably 8 knots on the start line. A really good start from Gladiator at the pin end of the line. Vayu this time starting more towards the right and go up the right of the upwind. Gladiator come round with a comfortable lead at the top mark. Vayu second, Platoon around in third, overlap with Paprec. Down the first run, it's pretty straightforward. Gladiator with a comfortable lead from Vayu, but it's really on the last run. Well, Gladiator and Vayu are well clear. The breeze eases off. Quantum Racing found a little bit more pressure out on the left side. So Gladiator first, Vayu second, Quantum Racing powered by American mighg get third. Just a little bit more breeze for race 4. Nice start from Gladiator off the pin end of the line. Phoenix actually get the best start in the middle But up the top mark, it's Gladiator leading from Phoenix with Alegre going round nicely in third. Quantum Racing make a nice gain down the first run. Through the leeward gate, it's Gladiator leading comfortably. Quantum up to second. Through the finish line, Gladiator win. Quantum Racing get the best result of the regatta so far in second. Alegre get third, keep themselves in contention.
It was one of those days that everything seems to go your way. Tony made the good calls on the side of the course. We executed 2 clean starts and the boat is going well. The crew did a good job.
We have been so far very consistent. But it's definitely a tricky venue and tricky race course. So we're happy with what we've done so far, but it's a long way to go still.
We had 2 good starts. The boat, we were going pretty well. But the main thing was we were able to execute our plan, and our plan worked pretty well.
So after 4 races, Gladiator 3 race wins are on 12 points. In second place are Alegre on 16 points. Third place, Vayu on 18. And fourth, Sled on 19. Newport, Rhode Island once again delivering contrasting conditions. A slightly less breeze in the first race, but still the same for the Gladiator, now going 3 race wins in a row. But as ever in the 52 Super Series, one day you're the top dog, the next day you're the lame duck. Stay with us. So day number 3 here in Newport, Rhode Island at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. It's a big day here. It's the midpoint of the World Championship. It's also the midpoint of the 2024 season. In the season standings, well, it's really finely balanced at the top of the table as we expect it to stay all the way through to the grand finale in Valencia. And for the World Championship, well, it's Gladiator on top by 4 points. They've had 3 back-to-back wins. They've never won the World Championship. But as in both cases, consistency is the key. Well, it's late afternoon before race 5 gets underway. The breeze is at 255 degrees, about 6 to 7 knots, a 1.5 mile upwind leg, and off the start line will Platoon Aviation start at the committee boat end of the line, go out to the right. Meantime, Gladiator going off the left end of the line. This time the right side pays with a little bit of a wind shift, a little bit more extra pressure. And the top mark, Platoon Aviation, Harmler Spear, leading comfortably from Alegre round in second, and Sled third. Down the run, no changes. So nice, comfortable race win for Platoon Aviation, a real confidence builder for the world champions. Alegre come through in second, keeping on the pressure. So too, Sled in third.
It's an important one because after yesterday we were in a bad situation. Now we are not a lot better, but at least we have some chance, let's say. And we were not zero yesterday, we are not zero today. It's just a matter to keep pushing hard and try to make the next 5 regattas properly.
One of these days that you have many forecasts and no one was really right. So we went to the basic at the end, and we need to keep focused and do our job, and then we see.
So Rolex TP52 World Championship after 5 races, Gladiator still leading on 17 points. Alegre close up to 1 point behind on 18, and Sled in third on 22 points. So a long wait today, but it was well worth it. Just 1 race, a good win for Platoon Aviation, but still at the top of the World Championship standings are Gladiator and Alegre pushing all the time. Plan is for 3 races tomorrow. Join us then. Beautiful first morning here in Newport, Rhode Island. It's the first time in the 13-year history of the 52 Super Series that we've ever come to this historic venue, home of the America's Cup for so long, a global centre for Grand Prix yacht racing, and we're here of course for the XS 52 Super Series Newport Trophy, second regatta of the season. We've got 10 boats racing. We've got Phoenix, who won the last regatta of last season, back in the fold. We're going to have a great week. So the first race off the start line was quite light breezes, only 7 or 8 knots, but it's all about the start off the line. It's Quantum Racing off the middle of the line with Sled. Off the pin end of the line we have Vayu, and they lead up to the top mark. Round the top mark was Quantum Racing powered by American Magic with a little bit of a lead over Sled. Vayu in third. They've actually got quite a jump on the fleet, head down the first run with a good lead, and it's only on the second upwind that Vayu get through Sled. Finishing order, well, the hometown team, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, win. Second, our team Vayu from Thailand, and third, Sled, the 2021 champions. There was slightly more breeze for the start of the second race, probably around about 10 knots off the start line. Well, it was still all about the start off the pin end of the line. Well, Gladiator, good time on distance, came away from the line well, led round the top mark. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, were not quite so good, but were in the mix coming round the top mark. Second beat, Quantum Racing got through Gladiator, and it was really on the final run into the finish line where Quantum Racing came through with the lead, but Phoenix got through for a really good second, with Tina Plattner driving her first race for some years, and through in third were Team Vayu. So a really solid day. 2 wins for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic.
The speed was awesome on our boat today. The trimmers, Harry was driving really well. There were small shifts throughout the day that I think we capitalized on, but otherwise we sailed really simple beats, really simple runs, 1-2 tacks, 1-2 jibes, so very happy.
Just strong teamwork, you know. We've been here a couple of days just training and just working on the maneuvers, making sure we're all working together, and it's all paying off.
Nice day to start out the event, and we definitely are happy with the results.
So after 2 races, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, leading with 2 wins, 2 points. Second, Vayu, 5 points, and third, Phoenix, on 8 points. Well, 2 light wind races, a gentle introduction to the joys of Newport. 2 good wins for the hometown heroes today. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, but also a strong day for Vayu and also Phoenix coming back into the circuit. 2 different drivers and 2 solid results, lying third overall, but a great day's racing. Well, second day here in Newport, Rhode Island. Conditions getting better every day. 2 more races, a little bit more wind, a little more pressure. Let's go racing. So day 2, race 3 of the regatta. Breeze is up at 12 knots on the start line. Perfect start off the pin end of the line by Team Vayu. Vayu lead up the left side. Paprec going nicely up the middle of the course with good speed upwind. Round the top mark, well, that's the first 2 places. Vayu led by Paprec. Quantum Racing third all the way through the race. Through the finish line, it's a win for Vayu. Paprec gets second, and Alegre just come across, jibe in front of Quantum to steal third. So the 4th race of the regatta, the second of the day. Breeze is still up nicely, 13-14 knots on the start line. This time Vayu get closed out at the pin end and have to go across the sterns. Good start by Platoon and also Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Good pace up the first beat, and it's actually Paprec just leading from Gladiator round the top mark. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, also in the mix coming around the top mark. Paprec lead down the first run, but then in fact Quantum Racing get through Paprec and go through to lead through to the finish line. Their 3rd win from 4 starts. They step well clear at the top of the table. Alegre come through for second, and Phoenix going well for a 3rd.
So far so good. We've had a couple days of awesome breeze and it's come good for us. So we're just trying to keep putting the pieces together and minimize mistakes and get around the course fast.
We had a little briefing this morning saying, okay boys, now we have to play in the right division, you know, in the A group. I love it. I love this game.
In this fleet, if you can come in first across the line, it's fantastic. We had a great start, so all good, absolutely good fun.
So after 4 races, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 7 points. Second are Vayu on 15 points, and third, Phoenix on 18. Well, Newport, Rhode Island, delivering the conditions we all came here hoping for. 13-14 knots of breeze, sunshine, beautiful champagne conditions. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, now have 3 wins from 4 starts, standing on top of the table, and great racing all the way through the day, and still a bit more to go. It's day 3 here at the XS52 Super Series Newport Trophy, hosted by the beautiful New York Yacht Club. We've been up there a few times for various different functions, notably Owners' Dinner on the second night, hosted by Austin Fragaman from the Interlodge team. Meantime, we're going on the water. Good forecast at the top of the table. Well, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have stepped clear after yesterday, but can anybody pull them back?
Well, the racing's been going very well for the guys on the water. You know, it's exciting to see the development of the younger generation of sailors. You know, it's a great lead into the second half of this regatta.
So short delay to the start of race 5, and breeze came in at 215 degrees, about 6-7 knots on the start line. Quite a streaky, patchy breeze nonetheless. Coming off the start line at the pin end of the line, will Vayu lead going up the first beat. A good start from Quantum, lined up alongside Platoon. Platoon get better upwind. bounce. Quantum out to the right, and around the top mark it's a lead for Vayu with Interlodge round in second, Platoon in third. And that's very much the order all the way around the course. And so Vayu win for the second time at this regatta. Interlodge through in second, Platoon in third, and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, the regatta leaders, down in eighth. Well, race 6 starts in 12 knots of breeze. Once again, it's races 1 off the pin end of the line. This time it's Gladiator going to get the best start. Vayu in on the pin as well, but not quite able to get the timing and end up slightly to leeward of Gladiator. Round the top mark, well, Gladiator with a good lead. Vayu very tight on ley line along with Quantum Racing. Platoon not far behind. Vayu jibe off early and lose out, and so Gladiator lead all the way round. Technical problem in the middle of the race for Platoon, who hit something with the rudder and have to leave the race course, but through the finish line it's a win for Gladiator. Second place for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Third are Alegre, and in fourth Vayu. Keep the pressure on the regatta leaders, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic.
Yeah, it feels like we're improving as a team and working well together. The chemistry is good. We had a tough first race, but we rallied for the second one and finished strong.
Our goal is top fours every race, and if we can do that, we'll be in good shape.
I think we're trying to keep things simple and out of trouble, and it's working for us. We've been a little bit lucky and also good, so enjoying the moment. Let's hope to finish like this.
We have a new boat, we are learning. Today was a good day for us, coming back. We could be on the podium third. So maybe both of the day, and suddenly we come back with this kind of result, so not very nice.
So after 6 races, leaders are Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 17 points. Second, Vayu on 20 points. Third, Gladiator, Tony Langley, on 32 points. So rolling through the midpoint of the regatta with 2 good races today. Quantum Racing still on top, Vayu in contention. Pretty solid day for them all in all. Very difficult situation for Platoon, hitting something in the second race after the third in the first race. That's really tough for them. We now have a little bit of a lay day for the clubs around the island race. We'll be back on Saturday and Sunday. We'll join you then. Another beautiful morning here in Newport, Rhode Island. Fleet goes afloat. We're part of the New York Yacht Club's annual regatta. Yesterday was given over to the Round the Island race. Beautiful chance to sail round these historic sailing waters for the TP52s. Meantime, Platoon are back on the water today. They had a long 36 hours replacing the rudder.
We got a rudder from Gladiator. We got new bearings from Sled and managed to work them in to fit. And quick practice sail yesterday, so it will work today. We're back on the water, thankfully.
At the top of the table, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have still got that slender lead, being chased by Vayu. Well, after over 5 hours on the water, waiting for the breeze to come in, unfortunately, there's been no wind today. We've had the sea breeze and the gradient breeze just fighting each other over the course of a long afternoon, and in the end, unfortunately, no racing. Historic Newport and the New York Yacht Club is the perfect platform for VIP entertaining. We've had a big programme for the VIP guests from XS, one of our principal sponsors. They've had a great few days. They've been out racing on a variety of different race boats. They've been able to come out and watch the racing up close and personal and meet some of the team. So a great experience for all.
You know, you always watch these things from the outside, but when you get a chance to actually be on the boat, watch the teamwork, and it's the teamwork together. It was just a memory of a lifetime.
I got a chance to sit on the rail. I got a chance to grind quite a bit, and it was fantastic. We had a great experience out on the water.
So the standings after 6 races: Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, 17 points. Second, Vayu, 20 points. Third, on 32 points, are Gladiator. Also on 32 points are Alegre and Sled. So unfortunately no racing today here in Newport. A big final day in prospect. Forecast is just a little bit better. Can Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, be the hometown heroes and win the second regatta of the season? The final day here in Newport will Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, go on the water with a 3 points lead. Now, of course, last season they came close to winning regattas but did not manage to close out on the final day.
Yeah, we're feeling good, getting the boat set up for the conditions, and we're ready to go as soon as they put up the flags.
Meantime, Vayu also know what it's like to finish on the podium. They finished third in Scarlino. They have a lead of 12 points over third.
Our mood's good, everyone's pretty happy. We're all sort of keen just to go out and race. We're loving Newport so far.
It's a light wind day in prospect. Certainly an initial AP is up, but let's see what happens today. So race 7 starts in a very light breeze. Platoon get the best start off the middle of the line. Meantime, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are over the line early and have to recross and end up being 10th up the first beat. Round the top mark then, Platoon leading, Gladiator second, Interlodge in third. Vayu then leading the regatta at that point, all the way down through the leeward gate. But in the second upwind, there's a little bit of a shift out on the right. Phoenix gain on that shift, so do Alegre. Vayu drop down to 6th, and through the finish line it's a win for Platoon, and it's super close, with Vayu just getting through, only ahead of Sled and Alegre. That keeps them leading the regatta, with Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in 9th. So going into the final race, will Vayu leading on 25 points, 1 point up in Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Gladiator on 34 points, 8 points behind Quantum. So in the final race, Gladiator make a good start along with Alegre. Vayu are okay in 6th, round the top mark, but Quantum Racing deep in 9th. Down the first run, well, it's still Gladiator leading with Alegre and Paprec. Vayu and Quantum are closed up, and it's very even for the overall standings, and it all goes down to the final run. So at the top mark, the regatta title is in the hands of Quantum Racing, Gladiator leading, and through the finish line, will Vayu just get round inside Platoon, and the regatta title goes to Vayu. Quantum Racing end up in 10th.
Well, I mean, it just absolutely blows us away. Totally amazed. I got to say, we didn't expect to be first today. It's just fantastic. It shows hard work, never give up, always works and always pays off.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, can't get any better than this. The finish was so exciting, and so until the last meter that we're super excited with this, super happy.
We only missed the regatta win by 2 points. That's all good. I mean, we had a very good last day. We had a good result on the week, and we are in a good position overall. So obviously we are satisfied and happy.
It was a very tough day for us. Gonna revise the mistakes that we made and the weaknesses, and try to come back stronger.
So the final standings for the XS52 Super Series Newport Rhode Island Trophy, it's Vayu winning on 33 points, second are Gladiator on 35 points, and third Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 36. And the 2024 circuit standings after 2 regattas, that's Palma and Newport. Leaders are Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 63 points, second Gladiator on 72, and Sled on 75 points are third. Well, what a dramatic final day here in Newport. The family team from Thailand, the Whitcrafts, coming out on top on Father's Day. Gladiator getting an excellent second place, winning the last race, and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, learning that they have to deliver under pressure. Welcome back to beautiful Newport, Rhode Island, here in the USA. We're here for the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Everything on the line. We have 10 teams racing from 7 different nations. We have the 7 times world champions, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic.
Yeah, 752 World, so something I'm proud of. The first one in Lanzarote was obviously a big one with Terry, and then each one was special. The one in 2022 with Doug was really good, so each one's a little bit special.
We have Sled, who won one world title, who have been showing so well on these home waters for them, and Platoon Aviation, helmed by Harmuller Spreer.
We won 3 world championships in this class, and for me as an amateur driver, it's quite a big achievement.
But as we saw last month, any team could win. Vayu had a dream victory here last month. Let's see how it plays out. Race 1 breeze is 12 to 14 knots, wind angle of 240 degrees, and Vayu, Alpha Plus and Paprec all start off the left-hand side of the line. Doesn't look so good for the first part of the upwind, but the left does come in nicely round the top mark, with Vayu leading from Alpha Plus, Paprec and a platoon coming round the top mark side by side, slightly overlap, but does Vayu keep the lead all the way through? And the second upwind, a nice gain on the left side to Sled, gets him up to second place. Down the final run will Vayu just hold on under pressure from Sled and Alegre. Through the finish line was a win for Vayu, second place Sled and third Alegre. So breeze is down just very slightly for the second race of the day, probably 8 or 9 knots on the start line. Gladiator get off the pin end of the line, lead up to the left to preferred side of the track and go round the top mark with the lead, with Sled and platoon second and third. Through the leeward gate will Gladiator have gained and are comfortably ahead of Sled and Alegre. Through the finish line is a win for Gladiator. Sled get their second place of the day and platoon get third, so the regatta leaders are Sled.
Pretty solid day. Mr. Okura arrived last night, and so we did a couple of tacks and jibes with him this morning, and he got locked straight into it. So really pleased with how we were going.
Thought we got the course figured out yesterday with a 1-2 in practice, but that first race was a little bit of a coming down, but second race we got it right.
So the standings after 2 races at the Rolex TP52 World Championship, leaders are Sled on 4 points, second Alegre on 7 points, and third Vayu on 8 points. Well, a fantastic first day's racing here in Newport, Rhode Island. Most consistent team today has been Sled, 2 second places, top of the table at the moment, but a long way to go, but great racing. Join us again tomorrow. Well, the second day of racing in prospect here at the Rolex TP52 World Championships in Newport, Rhode Island. Lighter forecast, 2 good races yesterday for Sled, 2 second places. They're on top of the table.
Boat's going well, team's going really well, and it just shows what a tough place Newport is to sail.
But that's just the first day. Let's see what happens on day 2. Compared to day 1, the breeze is much lighter for the start of race 3. The wind axis is 235 degrees, probably 8 knots on the start line. A really good start from Gladiator at the pin end of the line. Vayu this time starting more towards the right and go up the right of the upwind. Gladiator come round with a comfortable lead at the top mark. Vayu second, platoon around in third, overlap with Paprec. Down the first run, it's pretty straightforward. Gladiator with a comfortable lead from Vayu, but it's really on the last run. Well, Gladiator and Vayu are well clear. The breeze eases off. Quantum Racing found a little bit more pressure out on the left side. So Gladiator first, Vayu second, Quantum Racing powered by American mighg get third. Just a little bit more breeze for race 4. Nice start from Gladiator off the pin end of the line. Phoenix actually get the best start in the middle, but up the top mark it's Gladiator leading from Phoenix, with Alegre going round nicely in third. Quantum Racing make a nice gain down the first run. Through the leeward gate is Gladiator leading comfortably. Quantum up to second. Through the finish line, Gladiator win. Quantum Racing get the best result of the regatta so far in second. Alegre get third, keep themselves in contention.
It was one of those days that everything seems to go your way. Tony made the good calls on the side of the course. We executed 2 clean starts and the boat is going well. The crew did a good job.
We have been so far very consistent. But it's definitely a tricky venue and tricky race course. So we're happy with what we've done so far, but it's a long way to go still.
We had 2 good starts. The boat, we were going pretty well. But the main thing was we were able to execute our plan, and our plan worked pretty well.
So after 4 races, Gladiator 3 race wins are on 12 points. In second place are Alegre on 16 points. Third place Vayu on 18, and fourth Sled on 19. Newport, Rhode Island once again delivering contrasting conditions. A slightly less breeze in the first race, but still the same for the Gladiator, now going 3 race wins in a row. But as ever in the 52 Super Series, one day you're the top dog, the next day you're the lame duck. Stay with us. So day number 3 here in Newport, Rhode Island at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. It's a big day here. It's the midpoint of the World Championship. It's also the midpoint of the 2024 season. In the season standings, well, it's really finely balanced at the top of the table as we expect it to stay all the way through to the grand finale in Valencia. And for the World Championship, well, it's Gladiator on top by 4 points. They've had 3 back-to-back wins. They've never won the World Championship, but as in both cases, consistency is the key. Well, it's late afternoon before race 5 gets underway. The breeze is at 255 degrees, about 6 to 7 knots, a 1.5 mile upwind leg, and off the start line will Platoon Aviation start at the committee boat end of the line, go out to the right. Meantime, Gladiator going off the left end of the line. This time the right side pays with a little bit of a wind shift, a little bit more extra pressure. And the top mark, Platoon Aviation, Harmler Spear, leading comfortably from Alegre round in second, and Sled third. Down the run, no changes. So nice, comfortable race win for Platoon Aviation, a real confidence builder for the world champions. Alegre come through in second, keeping on the pressure. So too, Sled in third.
It's an important one because after yesterday we were in a bad situation. Now we are not a lot better, but at least we have some chance, let's say. And we were not zero yesterday, we are not zero today. It's just a matter to keep pushing hard and try to make the next 5 regattas properly.
One of these days that you have many forecasts and no one was really right. So we went to the basic at the end, and we need to keep focused and do our job, and then we see.
So Rolex TP52 World Championship after 5 races, Gladiator still leading on 17 points. Alegre close up to 1 point behind on 18, and Sled in third on 22 points. So a long wait today, but it was well worth it. Just 1 race, a good win for Platoon Aviation, but still at the top of the World Championship standings are Gladiator and Alegre pushing all the time. Plan is for 3 races tomorrow. Join us then. Beautiful first morning here in Newport, Rhode Island. It's the first time in the 13-year history of the 52 Super Series that we've ever come to this historic venue, home of the America's Cup for so long, a global centre for Grand Prix yacht racing, and we're here of course for the XS 52 Super Series Newport Trophy, second regatta of the season. We've got 10 boats racing. We've got Phoenix, who won the last regatta of last season, back in the fold. We're going to have a great week. So the first race off the start line was quite light breezes, only 7 or 8 knots, but it's all about the start off the line. It's Quantum Racing off the middle of the line with Sled. Off the pin end of the line we have Vayu, and they lead up to the top mark. Round the top mark was Quantum Racing powered by American Magic with a little bit of a lead over Sled. Vayu in third. They've actually got quite a jump on the fleet, head down the first run with a good lead, and it's only on the second upwind that Vayu get through Sled. Finishing order, well, the hometown team, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, win. Second, our team Vayu from Thailand, and third, Sled, the 2021 champions. There was slightly more breeze for the start of the second race, probably around about 10 knots off the start line. Well, it was still all about the start off the pin end of the line. Well, Gladiator, good time on distance, came away from the line well, led round the top mark. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic were not quite so good, but were in the mix coming round the top mark. Second beat, Quantum Racing got through Gladiator, and it was really on the final run into the finish line where Quantum Racing came through with the lead, but Phoenix got through for a really good second with Tina Plattner driving her first race for some years, and through in third were Team Vayu. So a really solid day, 2 wins for Quantum Racing powered by American Magic.
The speed was awesome on our boat today. The trimmers, Harry was driving really well. There were small shifts throughout the day that I think we capitalized on, but otherwise we sailed really simple beats, really simple runs, 1-2 tacks, 1-2 jibes, so very happy.
Just strong teamwork, you know. We've been here a couple of days just training and just working on the maneuvers, making sure we're all working together, and it's all paying off.
Nice day to start out the event, and we definitely are happy with the results.
So after 2 races, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic leading with 2 wins, 2 points. Second, Vayu, 5 points, and third, Phoenix on 8 points. Well, 2 light wind races, a gentle introduction to the joys of Newport. 2 good wins for the hometown heroes today. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, but also a strong day for Vayu and also Phoenix coming back into the circuit. 2 different drivers and 2 solid results, lying third overall, but a great day's racing. Well, second day here in Newport, Rhode Island. Conditions getting better every day. 2 more races, a little bit more wind, a little more pressure. Let's go racing. So day 2, race 3 of the regatta. Breeze is up at 12 knots on the start line. Perfect start off the pin end of the line by team Vayu. Vayu lead up the left side. Paprec going nicely up the middle of the course with good speed upwind. Round the top mark, well, that's the first 2 places. Vayu led by Paprec. Quantum Racing third all the way through the race. Through the finish line, it's a win for Vayu. Paprec gets second, and Alegre just come across, jibe in front of Quantum to steal third. So the 4th race of the regatta, the second of the day. Breeze is still up nicely, 13-14 knots on the start line. This time Vayu get closed out at the pin end and have to go across the sterns. Good start by Platoon and also Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Good pace up the first beat, and it's actually Paprec just leading from Gladiator round the top mark. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic also in the mix coming round the top mark. Paprec lead down the first run, but then in fact Quantum Racing get through Paprec and go through to lead through to the finish line. Their 3rd win from 4 starts. They step well clear at the top of the table. Alegre come through for 2nd, and Phoenix going well for a 3rd.
So far so good. We've had a couple days of awesome breeze and it's come good for us. So we're just trying to keep putting the pieces together and minimize mistakes and get around the course fast.
We had a little briefing this morning saying, okay boys, now we have to play in the right division, in the A group. I love it. I love this game.
In this fleet, if you can come in first across the line, it's fantastic. We had a great start, so all good, absolutely good fun.
So after 4 races, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic on 7 points. Second are Vayu on 15 points, and third Phoenix on 18. Well, Newport, Rhode Island, delivering the conditions we all came here hoping for. 13-14 knots of breeze, sunshine, beautiful champagne conditions. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, now have 3 wins from 4 starts, standing on top of the table, and great racing all the way through the day, and still a bit more to go. It's day 3 here at the XS52 Super Series Newport Trophy, hosted by the beautiful New York Yacht Club. We've been up there a few times for various different functions, notably Owner's Dinner on the 2nd night, hosted by Austin Fragaman from the Interlodge team. Meantime, we're going on the water. Good forecast at the top of the table. Well, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic have stepped clear after yesterday, but can anybody pull them back?
Well, the racing's been going very well for the guys on the water. It's exciting to see the development of the younger generation of sailors. It's a great lead into the second half of this regatta.
So short delay to the start of race 5, and breeze came in at 215 degrees, about 6-7 knots on the start line. Quite a streaky, patchy breeze nonetheless. Coming off the start line at the pin end of the line, will Vayu lead going up the first beat. A good start from Quantum, lined up alongside Platoon. Platoon get better upwind, bounce Quantum out to the right, and around the top mark it's a lead for Vayu with Interlodge round in 2nd, Platoon in 3rd. And that's very much the order all the way around the course. And so Vayu win for the 2nd time at this regatta. Interlodge through in 2nd, Platoon in 3rd, and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, the regatta leaders, down in 8th. Well, race 6 starts in 12 knots of breeze. Once again, it's races 1 off the pin end of the line. This time it's Gladiator going to get the best start. Vayu in on the pin as well, but not quite able to get the timing and end up slightly to leeward of the Gladiator. Round the top mark, well, Gladiator with a good lead. Vayu very tight on ley line along with Quantum Racing. Platoon not far behind. Vayu jibe off early and lose out, and so Gladiator lead all the way round. Technical problem in the middle of the race for Platoon, who hit something with the rudder and have to leave the race course, but through the finish line it's a win for Gladiator. 2nd place for Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. 3rd are Alegre, and in 4th Vayu. Keep the pressure on the regatta leaders, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic.
Yeah, it feels like we're improving as a team and working well together. The chemistry is good. We had a tough first race, but we rallied for the 2nd one and finished strong.
Our goal is top 4s every race, and if we can do that, we'll be in good shape.
I think we're trying to keep things simple and out of trouble, and it's working for us. We've been a little bit lucky and also good, so enjoying the moment. Let's hope to finish like this.
We have a new boat, we are learning. Today was a good day for us, coming back. We could be on the podium third. So maybe boat of the day, and suddenly we come back with this kind of result, so not very nice.
So after 6 races, leaders are Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 17 points. Second, Vayu on 20 points. Third, Gladiator, Tony Langley, on 32 points. So rolling through the midpoint of the regatta with 2 good races today. Quantum Racing still on top, Vayu in contention. Pretty solid day for them all in all. Very difficult situation for Platoon, hitting something in the second race after the third in the first race. That's really tough for them. We now have a little bit of a lay day for the clubs around the island race. We'll be back on Saturday and Sunday. We'll join you then. Another beautiful morning here in Newport, Rhode Island. Fleet goes afloat. We're part of the New York Yacht Club's annual regatta. Yesterday was given over to the Round the Island race. Beautiful chance to sail round these historic sailing waters for the TP52s. Meantime, Platoon are back on the water today. They had a long 36 hours replacing the rudder.
We got a rudder from Gladiator, we got new bearings from Sled, and managed to work them in to fit. And quick practice sail yesterday, so it will work today. We're back on the water, thankfully.
At the top of the table, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have still got that slender lead, being chased by Vayu. Well, after over 5 hours on the water waiting for the breeze to come in, unfortunately there's been no wind today. We've had the sea breeze and the gradient breeze just fighting each other over the course of a long afternoon, and in the end, unfortunately, no racing. Historic Newport and the New York Yacht Club is the perfect platform for VIP entertaining. We've had a big programme for the VIP guests from XS, one of our principal sponsors. They've had a great few days. They've been out racing on a variety of different race boats. They've been able to come out and watch the racing up close and personal and meet some of the team. So a great experience for all.
You know, you always watch these things from the outside, but when you get a chance to actually be on the boat, watch the teamwork, and it's the teamwork together. It was just a memory of a lifetime.
I got a chance to sit on the rail. I got a chance to grind quite a bit, and it was fantastic. We had a great experience out on the water.
So the standings after 6 races: Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, 17 points. Second, Vayu, 20 points. Third, on 32 points, are Gladiator. Also on 32 points are Alegre and Sled. So unfortunately no racing today here in Newport. A big final day in prospect. Forecast is just a little bit better. Can Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, be the hometown heroes and win the second regatta of the season? The final day here in Newport, will Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, go on the water with a 3 points lead. Now, of course, last season they came close to winning regattas but did not manage to close out on the final day.
Yeah, we're feeling good, getting the boat set up for the conditions, and we're ready to go as soon as they put up the flags.
Meantime, Vayu also know what it's like to finish on the podium. They finished third in Scarlino. They have a lead of 12 points over third.
Our mood's good, everyone's pretty happy. We're all sort of keen just to go out and race. We're loving Newport so far.
It's a light wind day in prospect. Certainly an initial AP is up, but let's see what happens today. So race 7 starts in a very light breeze. Platoon get the best start off the middle of the line. Meantime, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are over the line early and have to recross and end up being 10th up the first beat. Round the top mark then, Platoon leading, Gladiator second, Interlodge in third. Vayu then leading the regatta at that point, all the way down through the leeward gate. But in the second upwind, there's a little bit of a shift out on the right. Phoenix gain on that shift, so do Alegre. Vayu drop down to 6th, and through the finish line it's a win for Platoon, and it's super close, with Vayu just getting through, only ahead of Sled and Alegre. That keeps them leading the regatta, with Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, in 9th. So going into the final race, will Vayu leading on 25 points, 1 point up on Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Gladiator on 34 points, 8 points behind Quantum. So in the final race, Gladiator make a good start along with Alegre. Vayu are okay in 6th, round the top mark, but Quantum Racing deep in 9th. Down the first run, well, it's still Gladiator leading with Alegre and Paprec. Vayu and Quantum are closed up, and it's very, very even for the overall standings, and it all goes down to the final run. So at the top mark, the regatta title is in the hands of Quantum Racing, Gladiator leading, and through the finish line, well, Vayu just get round inside Platoon, and the regatta title goes to Vayu. Quantum Racing end up in 10th.
Well, I mean, it just absolutely blows us away. Totally amazed. I got to say, we didn't expect to be first today. It's just fantastic. It shows hard work, never give up, always works and always pays off.
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, can't get any better than this. The finish was so exciting, and so until the last meter that we're super excited with this, super happy.
We only missed the regatta win by 2 points. That's all good. I mean, we had a very good last day. We had a good result on the week, and we are in a good position overall. So obviously we are satisfied and happy.
It was a very tough day for us. Gonna revise the mistakes that we made and the weaknesses, and try to come back strong.
So the final standings for the XS52 Super Series Newport Rhode Island Trophy, it's Vayu winning on 33 points, second are Gladiator on 35 points, and third Quantum Racing powered by American mighg on 36. And the 2024 circuit standings after two regattas, that's Palma and Newport. Leaders are Quantum Racing powered by American mighg on 63 points, second Gladiator on 72, and Sled on 75 points are third. Well, what a dramatic final day here in Newport. The family team from Thailand, the Whitcrafts, coming out on top on Father's Day. Gladiator getting an excellent second place, winning the last race, and Quantum Racing powered by American mighg learning that they have to deliver under pressure.
some racing us back at the top of the world. Rolex TP52 World Championship.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Well, thank you for your patience. Hopefully it's rewarded as we're inside the start sequence for race number 6 here at the Rolex TP52 World Championship in beautiful Newport. A lovely afternoon. Perfect sea breeze coming in now. It should continue to build, we hope. Louise, how's it looking?
Andy, it looks great. So we had a strong sea breeze already all day in the bay that finally pushed out to us, so it develops closer to shore, and now it's here. We have 6 to 8 knots from the southwest. I think it will get even more wind as the day moves on. I think we have the highest temperatures around 3 o'clock, so I think that's also when the sea breeze will have the strongest wind. So we would see an increase in pressure through the race maybe. And yes, I'm excited about to see these boats racing again for race number 6.
Indeed, so the wind axis I believe is 225, pretty much as we've been seeing many times on this race course. But yesterday the left side didn't pay off for the Gladiator. They pulled themselves back into about 5th place. They really cut their losses on the first beat. How do you feel this windward leg might shape up? What's your thoughts, Louise?
Andy, I think it's a tough call, and we've seen now in the start, before the 5 minutes, we've seen all the strategists high up in the mast to have a better view over the racetrack where the wind is, so they can get a better picture of where they want to start and what side they want to pick on for the first upwind. So we have a light but building sea breeze. That means when you're at the outside of the racetrack, you get the fresh new wind first. So that actually wants to make you start at the outsides and go to the outsides. But there you also have the highest risk, because if you go to the left but the right is working, then it's a pretty far way to go all the way back to that side. But we have these little cute cumulus clouds over the land. So that basically speaks for that the closer you go to the shoreline, the more wind you have there. And I think it all depends on if you want to attack. Are you happy with your position so far? So I think we can see some teams starting more to an edge. These are the teams who want to attack, and some teams maybe starting more in the middle are the teams who want to take a more conservative approach where they have more options.
Indeed, one of the teams which generally tend to be quite conservative are indeed Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, who do seem to be mid-line for the moment. Gladiator, generally quite punchy, or you call it punchy, or calling it backing themselves, but they're up towards the committee boat end of the line, along with Paprick. Well forward seems to be the Alegre. Now then, for me, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have a nice position on the line at 20 seconds or so to go. Still quite light, but it's all about that final speed build, hitting the line with maximum pace and power. Bow goes down momentarily on the Platoon Aviation. Now, really nice build. In fact, a little bit, just a few meters shy of the line, our Gladiator at this end. Watching to see whose bow crosses the line first, and for me it would probably be, I think, Platoon Aviation, but Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, do seem to have pace. Slightly slower are Phoenix. Gladiator just a metre or a couple of metres shy of the line. And Louis' Gladiator seem happy to do their own thing as they back themselves. Work this right side of the course looking upwind as you were suggesting. Just seeing Phoenix go with them.
Yes, absolutely. So when I spoke this morning with the helm of Gladiator, he told me they were a little bit surprised that the left side didn't work out yesterday. So now they seem to be more confident with the right side. That worked very well yesterday. So they were starting again quite extreme here at the right side, went for an early tech and are going now to the right side. But I think the best starters were out of the middle. We have seen Platoon Aviation and Quantum Racing powered by the Matching starting in the middle, and they I think had the best two starts. And yesterday when I spoke with the tactician Victor Diaz de Leon, they weren't very happy so far with their racing, so they really wanted to concentrate on that for today, and I think they absolutely delivered on it.
They do seem to have a nice steady start from Phoenix by the looks of things. But the key for me so far has been Gladiator have really got the boat rumbling quite nicely. I think sailing just a little bit fatter just in this light breeze. Jib is quite rounded. On board momentarily there with the Platoon Aviation. You see the main sheet tracked up to windward to develop the twist in the mainsail. But Gladiator going quite well. But for sure a split or an early split. Sled, Phoenix, Paprec, Gladiator. Alegre then lying second on the leaderboard. Really not the best of starts. Luis, what's your position? Are you on the right side of the course or the left?
So I'm driving up here on the right side, just leeward of Gladiator. And Gladiator seem to have again this a little bit higher and faster mode what we've already seen the couple of other days. And they're looking fast out here, to be honest. I really like their lane here. They got all the space out there, want to go fast. We have a lot flatter water, so it's easier for the boats to hold their lane. They don't need these mega lanes anymore to stay there. But Gladiator looks pretty strong out here on the right side, Andy.
Indeed, they look good. Interesting talking to Guige the other day, just saying that he feels the foils on this boat are a little bit more grip in this light breeze, and that allows you to get height, but apparently also without having too much more drag. So that's one of the things that's working for Gladiator to a point. Of course, it was previously Alegre, and Alegre put a new keel on in their last season with the boat. But also like the look of Sled up to windward, trucking quite nicely. You see the pressure coming in very gently. So I said the wind axis for this upwind is 225, 1.6 mile beat, and it's overall it's pretty even, I would say, left and right sides. Sled to a certain extent the lowest risk, starting off the middle of the line. Now what's interesting, you can see on the fabulous drone shots, you can see how streaky the breeze is, just these little light patches. And I'm figuring that Quantum have been in a lighter patch. They certainly don't have the legs of the boats to leeward in terms of speed. What do you think, Louise?
Andy, I agree with you. It's still quite patchy. So we have some moments where we only have 5 knots and some other moments where we already have 8 knots. So that's a massive difference in wind speed, actually, if you have the double of wind or not. And as most of the strategists have told me from all the teams, in this wind direction, it's the trade-off between having the right band of wind direction on the right side or having a little bit more pressure on the left side, but you never quite know what comes stronger. So I think it's quite hard for a team to make this decision. Well, am I going over the right and expect the right band of wind, so then when they tacked on starboard to have this nice shift coming into the mark, or are they going to the left where they in theory should have a little bit more wind? It's hard to say at the moment, and I think we have to be a little bit more patient to wait for the next cross to see what side actually paid off.
Indeed, at the moment, I think when you say that the lift on starboard is expected or hoped for, you can see Gladiator have been sailing, I think, kind of quite fat just to get down to it, or where they consider it to be. But for sure, I think at the moment it's one side or the other. I think the middle really is not working for Quantum or Platoon. That seems to be where the breeze is more mixed up and a little bit lighter. On board momentarily with Platoon Aviation. Won that one and only race yesterday, so they come into the day with a little bit more confidence. Vasco Vascotto saying we weren't zeros the day before when they got a 4 and a 9 and not heroes yesterday, but positions changing all the time on this upwind. Just it's a matter of meters here and there. You can see for sure the breeze coming in for sure, certainly building, just looking at Chris Hosking there at the back of the Gladiator. Increasing the main sheet, just talking about ley lines or anyway.
Andy, yes, so in these sea breeze conditions it's usually more wind at the outside of a race course, so that's always funny because how does the wind knows that you're at the outside of a race course? But it fills in first there, so you always have a slight advantage to be at the outsides. But now Gladiator is already getting close to ley line, so the next tack they will do will be already very, very close to ley line. And then they need to position themselves wisely because they have a couple of other boats close to them and they don't want to sail in bad winds because that's very painful in these light conditions. So let's see how Gladiator will manage this.
Indeed, I think they were just calling to Phoenix and saying they were getting too close to or potentially above ley line, saying to the afterguard on Phoenix that we should all tack, I think. But we saw Pat Pratt going. So meantime, Quantum Racing by American Magic now appear to have taken the lead in the middle of the course. But yeah, positions changing all the time. Now in the middle of the course, you can just see Quantum going quite well now. Not won a race yet. Maybe they can follow Platoon Aviation with a race win, but they seem to have really capitalised on a nice lane of breeze in the middle of the course and really going well, just moving away from the fleet. So Louise, Quantum looking pretty good for the moment.
Yes, I agree with you, Andy. At the moment, Quantum is looking pretty good, but as we've said before, it's so close from hero to zero in this competitive fleet here. They're all so good sailors, and they're all going more or less the same speed. They have more or less the same experience on board. So for this moment, Quantum Racing, powered by Magic looks really good. There were a nice patch of wind, but now the boats here at the right side gets even more wind again. They can start to lift and point higher. So really tricky racing out here, very patchy, shifty, hard to say. I'm happy I'm not on board, I'm actually on a rib. Way easier from here.
On board with Vayu, who are a little bit deep in this race. We're seeing them 8th at the moment. Sled going well though. Alegre, I think we'll find them just chipping away from that left side. Certainly put their money on the left early on. But very close. Gladiator in 5th on this right. So Gladiator still under the ley line, Louise?
Andy, yes, Gladiator is still under the ley line, but as we are approaching the Upwind mark, I can see this right bend coming in, what we were speaking before about it. So the boats here on the right, they can just point a little bit higher than the other boats leeward of them. So that means the wind here bends like a kind of banana, so you can go higher and higher here on the right side. And I'm not so sure if there's really that much more pressure on the left. So at the moment it looks like that the boats here from the right side can have a nice cross and get good, probably in the leading group to the Upwind mark, but still some more meters to go, and the wind is very patchy.
Indeed it is. Main thing really for Gladiator is keeping their nearest rivals behind them, Alegre and Sled, within their strategy for the day, as it were. Less concerned, for example, by Phoenix, who are 9th overall. Patrick, they're lifting a little bit round Gladiator's bow. It's looking pretty painful for the boats coming back from the right side, Louise.
Yes, Andy, so I'm driving up to the windward mark at the moment, and I agree with you. The boats here from the right side, they can almost point at the windward mark now. So when we talked before, I said they're not ley line yet, but now they start to point higher and higher, so they really get this banana of wind. I also like the approach of Quantum Racing before, staying a little bit more in the middle to have some options. So the boats here on the right, they were happy to take more risk, and I think risk will probably pay off with this right shift here.
But yeah, looking at Platoon, for example, out on the left, and I guess also in particular Alegre lying 9th according to the tracker just now. But they have quite a long way to come back in this breeze, which you would imagine will head them coming back across on port.
Andy, I'm at the Upwind mark now, and all the boats who are on the starboard are going starboard. They already overstood the ley line, so that kind of right shift we had here. And we have some current, so that would still push them down a bit, but we only have around half a knot of a current, so they will all easily make that Upwind mark. So Sled is already preparing now to round the first Upwind mark of race number 6.
Indeed, Sled led after day one With their 2 second places, they are the 2021 52 Super Series champions and Rolex TP52 World Champions, winning both at the same event in Palma very late in 2021. And of course representing the host yacht club, representing the New York Yacht Club, getting round ahead of Phoenix. But really a great upwind from Sled, from Mr. Okura and the Sled team. They've got 3 or 4 boat lengths on Phoenix. Now they're only 4 points behind Gladiator. Gladiator's biggest problem, I would imagine, really is going to be Quantum behind them. So overall, still quite gentle conditions. Gladiator go round in 3rd, followed by Quantum Racing. Prix once again in the middle, or the top half of the fleet. Let's call it that. They're going round in 5th. Nice chat this morning with Loic Piron, just saying how much he's loving it and seeing how close the racing is. And they feel they're making speed gains as well in the way they set the boat up. So Prix, these really are the boats that were mostly on the right, with the exception, I suppose, of Quantum. Quantum were generally in the middle. Whereas Platoon were further over to the left. And Platoon will come round in 7th. So then Platoon round in 7th. 8th is going to be Alpha Plus. Sorry, Alegre 8th, Alpha Plus 9th, and 10th. Actually 10th is Alegre. Wow. Team which are lying in 2nd place. Never finished worse than 6th so far. Look to be in 10th. So pretty tough moments for them, but not so for Sled. Sled really called that beat perfectly, didn't they, Louise?
I absolutely agree with you, Andy. So Sled started more in the middle and then went windward of the boats, going to the right side, so they had the option to choose their moment to tack out again, and they just perfectly tacked on ley line. The other boats had to extend a little bit more, go a little bit more over the ley line. So they were the leaders out of the right corner and are now also leading race number 6 of the TP52 Rolex World Championship. And when I spoke this morning with Sled, I asked them, guys, so how do you want to move forward on the leaderboard? What do you want to do? And they were like, they're pretty happy with how the championship is going so far. They just want to improve some little things, and I think this is exactly what they've done so far in this race. Just proved some little things. They knew they were fast, and now they're leading the race.
Just a little bit of darker water, some wind pressure coming in. But
Andy, and we've seen again a lot of boats setting their Janakers already on the offset mark and then basically going straight into a jibe. So that was also because we have had this right shift on the upwind I was speaking about. So I think they will change the course a little bit for the second upwind, but so far looks more like a one-way street. So jibe, and they can almost go towards the gate. Maybe not a jibe, but then just a little bit more of distance to sail.
The Gladiator chasing Phoenix hard. So a quick look at the projected standings. If positions stayed the same through to the finish line, Gladiators' lead would be down to a single point over Sled, swapping positions with Alegre, who would drop to 28. So this is a key stage of the regatta for Gladiator and Sled in particular. Platoon in 4th, Quantum Racing 5th, Vayu 6th, Phoenix 7th, Alpha Plus, Paprec, Interlodge. But Gladiator generally, Louise, Gladiator seem to be happy to take just a little bit more risk.
Yes, I agree with you, Andy. Gladiator seems like, also over the season, to be the boat most happy with taking risk. I wonder if this is also because the owner, Tony Langley, is also doing tactics, so he can be very confident about what he's doing, not worrying so much. And I think that's maybe a key to success, because they're leading currently the Rolex TP52 World Championship, so it really plays out well for them. And maybe that's exactly the thing you need to do here in Newport in these light conditions.
I think to a certain extent, but for sure, we spoke with Gage, just saying that they really feel like they've got speed in these conditions on this boat. Said some of it they know why they're going fast, some of it they don't know, but they'll take it. And I think that maybe allows them to consider taking a little bit more risk. If you've got speed, it's all about where you set the cursor, as the French like to say. It's all about where you set the risk. But at the moment they're lying in 3rd in this race. Phoenix and Sled side by side, but Phoenix looking quicker on our images, a little bit more of a bow wave. So the wind axis on the upwind is changing to 235. Remember, we started at 220, so once again, as you'd imagine, sea breeze moving to the right. That's 15 degrees since we started, Louise.
Yes, exactly. So the wind moved more to the right. We can also see this cute little clouds here all over the land, the cumulus clouds. And the weather forecast actually said that there's a little bit more wind in the west of us, so towards the right. So I'm not very surprised about that right shift. And I wonder if it goes even more right. That's at least, I think, what some boats are expecting. So we've seen a lot of boats immediately jibing at the offset mark, and only Quantum Racing continued and then jibed later than the other boats. This is usually what you would do if you expect a permanent shift. So the shift not going back to their number before, just shifting more and more and more. And let's see if they actually made some gains. So now Phoenix, you can see it on the tracker, jibed on starboard, and I think this will give us a first reference on if the boats who jibed later make a gain, or if Phoenix and Gladiator actually made their gain jibing off early.
Certainly looks like a good run for Phoenix so far. Come down with the breeze, converging just now with Sled. Phoenix on starboard. Phoenix best result so far is 4th in the first race yesterday. Not won a race this season, but did win the last regatta of the season, did Phoenix. So a nice tussle between Phoenix and Sled just now on this first downwind. Gladiator giving chase. Quantum out on the right of the downwind. How do you feel about Quantum's position,
So
Louise?
Phoenix is a little bit stuck now in the bad air. Yeah, so Phoenix is a little bit stuck now in the bad air of Sled. That's actually great for Gladiator. So now it's the time for Gladiator to make their meters up to Phoenix. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if I would see Gladiator a lot closer at the gate to the boat in front of them. And Quantum positioned themselves a little bit more conservative. They've jibed on top of this group. I think this is because they saw that they couldn't get any closer. They weren't strong enough on Gladiator to jibe exactly on them, as Sled did on Phoenix. And now we also have a shift and a bit more pressure coming down, so the boats can actually already make the gate. The gate is very tight as well, so not a lot of place in between these boats, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of boats go again to the right side, Andy.
For sure, it's going to be a question of a little bit which way Sled and Phoenix go, and how much, once again, how much risk do Gladiator want to take. To a certain extent, that risk is measured by the fact that on the one hand they have Sled in front of them, on the other hand they have Alegre 8 places behind them in 10th place. 235 then. Sorry, I beg your pardon, the start line, the bearing at the start was 225. It's now 235, so 10 degrees to the right. Louise, how's this rounding looking? Everybody going to the left-hand mark, looking upwind by the looks of things?
Yes, Andy, it looks like that most of the boats are going to their, if they look downwind, right side. I think Gladiator might go for a split here, possibly. Otherwise, they would just need to continue in the bad air. And for me, also, the mark Gladiator wants to take looks a little bit favored, but I'm sure that their navigators might know more than I do. But yeah, Gladiator is taking the other mark and has immediately free wind with that. And Phoenix need to follow Sled in bad air.
So nice rounding, just keeping it everything smooth, not making too big moves on the helm or around the boat. Seeing Sled going on for 50-60 metres clear of the leeward gate mark and then tacking, giving themselves a weather position on Phoenix. And Gladiator happy to go round the other mark and stay with the right. So still overall the same ranking around this leeward gate: Sled, Phoenix, Gladiator. Paprick holding in nicely in fourth. Started the regatta with a fourth. And keeping the 7 times world champions behind him. Platoon then in the second half of the fleet with 6th. Vayu 7th, Alpha plus 8th. 9th Interlodge and 10th Alegre. And unfortunately, this has been kind of a little bit of a pattern to Alegre's inconsistency. They're super consistent, and then just have one little aberration, one visit to the back of the fleet or near the back of the fleet, and that costs them, but not such a problem when you look at the overalls for the season, but in terms of trying to finish on the top step of the podium, or indeed on the podium, really an 8th, 9th, 10ths are super expensive. Meantime, looking at Platoon Aviation going upwind with Quantum Racing powered by American Magic on their hip. Breeze is built nicely. Jordi Calafat then, 470 gold medalist and America's Cup winner. Strategist, won the 52 Super Series with Quantum previously. Now then, this right side appears to be giving it a little bit more wind pressure, perhaps.
I'm going up.
Go on, Louise.
Andy, I'm going up the right side here, just next to Gladiator, and it looks more windy here on the right side, I would say, if I look up to the windward mark. And Phoenix actually, with Hasso Plattner on the wheel, made some good gains here over this side on the downwind. Now they just seem to drop out because they're probably in the bad wind of Sled. So Gladiator is sailing free here, more leeward of these two boats, higher and faster, as we've seen it already through the whole event. So they're pretty happy here. I think Tony can be quite happy with the tactics he's called so far, and they're in attacking mode. They really want to attack and move forward. They didn't seem so happy with their 3rd place so far they had in their race, so they had to paddle on the metal.
They did indeed. They continue to do so, as you said. Phoenix really couldn't live in Sled's gas there for very much longer. Have to take themselves a little tack to windward just to clear their air on Sled. So Gladiator working to the right side of the course. And I'm sure that Gladiator, as Louise was saying, I think they're happy to sail fast, knowing that this wind bend is there in the right hand, or towards the right hand corner. Meantime, Sled, a quick overhead shot of them. Main sheet trimmer, Olympic silver medalist and America's Cup winner, the Don Cowie. Just pacing Gladiator just now. And it was interesting the other day, I was asked by one of the teams to compile an inventory of the different top results for the different teams, that's to say wins in the America's Cup, the Olympics and the Ocean Race, and by far and away the team with the most top level successes is Sled. When you have Murray Jones with 5 America's Cup wins, Don Cowie with his Cup and Olympic silver medal. And a few others through that boat. They have a pretty outstanding crew, and they are leading at the moment then. Haven't won a race yet this week, but they did start with these 2 second places. Didn't win in Newport last month, but won race 4 in Palma, where they finished 4th. Finished 4th here last month. And the race winners, sorry, the race leaders just now, Sled are 3rd overall. And really their worst possible situation is having Gladiator just right behind them. We really want a boat or a couple of boats, but I don't think that's going to happen. Phoenix have had to tack to weather of Sled. Quick little on board with Vayu, sorry, Alpha Plus. Great to catch up with these guys earlier on today. Leo Takashi, the helmsman, and Tom Burton, tactician. Yeah, looking how Phoenix have dropped back just a little bit. Now about 150 metres or so behind the top two. So Louis Sled very much in control of this race for the meantime, but to a certain extent it will depend on this starboard tack bend, little shift or little gain, the banana effect as you were saying earlier on. But for sure Sled are kind of in control of Gladiator in the meantime.
Andy, Sled is in absolute control of Gladiator here, as you've just said before. So they have a quite happy life at the moment. Just continue and wait until Gladiator attacks and take exactly in their face, or attack on ley line and let Gladiator attack behind them. So that's actually the life you want to have in this moment here, because you can only control what you're doing, you can't really control what the others are doing. Only Sled can absolutely control Gladiator here. And they're also happy because all the other boats are following them. So you can see all the boats on the tracker actually going to the right side, following Sled and Gladiator. So no worries on the Sled boat at the moment. And when I spoke with them this morning about what they think about Newport, they actually were loving life here in Newport and loved the sailing city with the historic sailing story behind the city.
That's right, very comfortable here. We've been here many times before with different classes, and as I said, Mr. Okura and the team sail Mr. Okura's 12 metre. Normally they would be here doing this regatta on the 12 metre, and indeed the previous regatta. This is Race Week, sponsored by Rolex. So they would normally be here otherwise on Mr. Okura's 12 metre.
So we see Sled and Gladiator now on starboard. Sled is on ley line, so they just need to continue now to the upward mark. Beautiful life, tacked on ley line. Gladiator had to tack quite fast with them because they're already on a pretty fat ley line, so they can sail fast now, and they're extending their lead with this move. So there should be happy faces now on the Sled boat, and if they don't let Gladiator pass them anymore, then that was a very nice sailed happy race for them.
Indeed, the afterguard on the Sled is Murray Jones, Edo Stead, Andrea Vicentini, and Mr. Okura has the original Freedom 12 metre, finished second in the Worlds here last year. And very much are the core Sled team were on board. Indeed, Don Cowie trimming the main there, Ryan Godfrey who's on board here, Murray Jones, Jeremy Lomas, Mr. Okura, and the bowman Ivan Poet. So as Louise said, Sled stepping clear. They were quite close, but as soon as they've tacked, they're now over 100 metres clear of Gladiator. Gladiator will have Phoenix to contend with just a little bit. Phoenix made their gain, such as it was, downwind, and they got pretty much back on terms with Sled at one point. So Louise, we think there'll still be some gains to be made downwind.
Andy, so yes, maybe still some gains made downwind. The pressure is still unstable, so sometimes we have even now up to 11 knots, but then some other lulls with only 7 knots. But I think Sled won't give this lead away anymore and won't let Gladiator off the hook. There was a pretty aggressive move. They really went far over the ley line. We see Phoenix below them, and even Phoenix is still making the ley line. So they really wanted to stay here in control of Gladiator, are extending their lead, and I think they will just match Gladiator now and see what they will do. Probably go for an early jibe because that right side paid off again, but I'm sure they won't give a chance to Gladiator anymore.
That's right. I mean, that's the classic kind of cat and mouse move where Sled will sail Gladiator above the ley line, knowing the Gladiator have to go with them. Less concerned about any meters gained, and in fact you can see what's happening now is that because Gladiator have had to come up with and follow Sled to a certain extent, now you have Phoenix coming up almost into the lee bow of Gladiator. So really nice move from Sled, means that they're bringing bringing Phoenix back into the match to give some trouble, ideally, to Gladiator on this run, or potentially coming into this mark. So a nice little move from the Sled guys who are going round this top mark now. However, it is Sled round first, Gladiator second. And then Phoenix round in third. And really quite a big gap between the third place boat and the fourth, which actually could be quite close between Quantum, Paprec and even Platoon. How do you see this next bit coming, the next three boats, Louise? Do you see Quantum making a gain coming in from the
I think
port side?
Actually, for me, Quantum lost a little bit. Platoon
really?
going all the way to the ley line is probably the winner out of this little pack here. But we had a little bit emotional situation on the top three leading boats. We can see this on the tracker and talk later about it. Let's focus on this upwind mark now.
It did with Platoon then squeezing around the bow of Paprec. As Louise said, getting out to the ley line. Paprec just underlaying very slightly. And again, that's and in fact Quantum probably losing a little bit coming in from the left of the upwind. Interlodge getting into the this group. Interlodge with Vayu and Alegre still a long way back. It's been a long and lonely race for Alegre, hasn't it, Louise?
Yes, it seems a little bit difficult for Alegre. They also kind of didn't make any bigger wins here or any gains on this second upwind, so now they're a little bit out of touch. But we have just seen before at the Upwind mark, Sled had a comfortable lead. Rounding that mark, they tried to hoist the Janaka before the offset mark. That was a little bit, let's say, motivated. So they couldn't really make the offset mark, had to give the sheet out of their kite, and then they had some troubles pulling back the sheet in. They wanted to go for a jibe, but by that time Gladiator was more patient, waited until they would round the offset mark, and then basically jibed before Sled could jibe, because they were still busy with their Janaka. And now actually, when we were still speaking about the comfortable lead of Sled in front of Gladiator, Gladiator really made some gains here and attacked. And it doesn't seem so comfortable anymore, that lead of Sled, Andy. It seems quite tight now, so we definitely have a match again between these two boats.
Indeed, in fact, Phoenix looked to be breathing down their necks as well. Provisionals then at the moment. We can see that Gladiator would be 2 points clear at the top of the table. Sled moving up, and Platoon getting up onto the podium potentially if things play out this way. There'll still be still be 9 points behind the regatta leaders. Gladiator going on the water with 17, and if things stay the same, they would come through the finish line and be on 19 points. Sled on 23, and Platoon, things going in the right direction for the world champions. This is race 6, a 3-race day, or a potential 3-race day. A lot can happen. I mean, in that case, you know, psychologically, Louise, it's hard for Alegre when you're so far behind in a race. Obviously, the points hurt your standing, but psychologically, it's hard to come back. Just completely reset for the next race.
Yes, Andy, absolutely. I agree so much with you. It's hard to come back and to reset your mind. And this race in particular, I felt it was such a one-way street. It was always coming to this right side, and all boats would follow them. And it was difficult to find another opportunity to make gains elsewhere. So I think when you're in the back of a fleet in such a race, it's really hard to move forward. But they have so much experience on Alegre with their 470 internal fleet. We were speaking yesterday about it. We have a Will Ryan, double Olympic medalist, 5 times 470 world champion, and then we have Andy Hemmings, 3 times Olympian in the 470. We have Nick Asher, the tactician, and his crew on board of the coach boat. They're double 470 world champion, and we have Sylvia Maas, 470 world champion. So Andy Soriano is in very, very good hands on his boat, and they know how to reset for next race. They went through this, and I'm sure they will do it. And this is the first race that doesn't really play out for them as they wanted. So they might have a deep breath after that and go again.
Indeed, that's it. Take a deep breath and learn from what went wrong. But in some senses, it's slightly easier if you know there's going to be 2 races, because you have 2 more opportunities in the day. But really, it's always about just focusing on the controllables and what you can do in the next race. But in the meantime, Sled quite comfortable relative to Gladiator. Gladiator have to protect against Phoenix. Phoenix, of course, Ed Baird, double America's Cup winner and many times world match racing champion. Such a cool head and still hungry for success in this fleet. 3 times winner of the 52 Super Series as a skipper and helm. Came back into this fleet in Barcelona last year. As I said, I think they finished 4th in that first regatta with Ed back, and then won in Puerto Portales at the end of the season. So they'll be pushing Gladiator hard, and of course those of you with long memories will also remember that Ed was tactician on Gladiator for a while during one of their previous successful spells. And Phoenix trying to ride up over Gladiator. On board with platoon then. Vasco, a bundle of nervous energy with his nice new shoes. Brand new yesterday for those of you interested in fashion. And I say that because he had bare feet the previous day. Anyway, there you go. Gladiator responding as Phoenix attack. Sled also jibe, Louise.
Yes, Andy, I think this is just amazing to watch these boats sailing. You feel like you do a tiny mistake and you immediately have to pay for that, because the other boats are there and they see your mistake and they go for it and they go and attack. And I think that's why Sled doesn't want to burn anything anymore. They just go and match the others, and I think the same Gladiator is thinking. So it's Phoenix who is actually having a little bit the game under control and is always initiating the next move, and the others just respond. And yeah, they still need to do one more jibe to go into the finish.
But a great downwind. Phoenix very much the antagonists. Gladiator forced to respond and stop Phoenix sailing over the top of them. And Sled just keeping cool, sailing as directly and as quickly as possible towards the finish line. Sailing slightly deeper than Gladiator and Phoenix. Phoenix trying to get onto Gladiator's air, Louise.
Exactly, so Phoenix, they will try to go down now to actually get in the bad air of Gladiator. And as I'm speaking about, we see the Janaka collapsing of Gladiator, so now they're in the bad air of the other boat. They all roll into a jibe now to go towards the finish. Sled had already jibed, so they have them completely under control. So for me, Sled, if nothing goes wrong anymore, what you don't really never know in these boats, then Sled should be the winner. But we can still see something between Phoenix and Gladiator, because Phoenix is attacking.
Phoenix are attacking. Gladiator just maximum concentration from the trimmers. This is when you really have to stay super coordinated with the helmsman. You can see the kite is just on the edge. And I think Gladiator actually just moving very slightly clear of Phoenix. In fact, it's quite a long way round for Phoenix to sail over Gladiator, but at the moment this race looking like it's going to be a Sled win. Alegre going to be 10th. Which unfortunately is going to drop them down the table. And Platoon looking like they will be promoting themselves up to 4th. But a nice moment for the Sled team, as I say, representing the New York Yacht Club. would be just as much of a dream finish for them to win on home waters. Coming through the line now, and so just very much the Kiwi mentality on board. A couple of little handshakes, but no emotion. The Kiwi way. You don't celebrate your wins. You don't mourn your losses. Just keep your emotions even through the day. And if you get ashore happy, have a quick beer and home. Anyway, Gladiator coming through next. They will maintain their regatta lead and will be 4 points up on Sled. Credit to them, they took the risk off the start line, but they were really tough contenders, rivals in Phoenix. Phoenix have harassed and harried them round the course at times, but a good result for Phoenix. So Phoenix is third, their best score of the regatta so far. Platoon fourth, going 1-4 from the last two races. 4-9, 1-4 over 4. Patrick unlucky to a certain extent to lose Platoon at that top mark. But a fifth place for Les Bleus. A little bit of a wait for Quantum Racing, powered by American mighg, to come through the line. Although Interlodge coming in from the right with pace. For me, Quantum not calling this on the making jibe, and Quantum may lose out to the second of the New York Yacht Club teams. Interlodge, and indeed they do. Cameron Appleton and Carlos Roble doing a very nice job, and Michele Avaldi then on the Interlodge. Quantum racing through, then also a close finish and getting closer all the time between Vayu, Alegre and Alpha Plus. Looking like Vayu got that in the end. Vayu, Alpha Plus and Alegre. So good race for Sled. Not so good for Alegre, who were lying in second place going into this race. He will drop down the leaderboard. Gladiator managing to stay super consistent. They've had these 3 wins, a fifth and now a second. Happy to back themselves, as we've seen consistently through this season. They have pace, but really a really accomplished win for Mr. Okura and the team on board Sled, and Platoon going in the right direction. So Louise, yes, Platoon going in the right direction, moving up onto the podium, I think, for the overall positions now. Better race for Platoon, coming back after a nice win yesterday, backing it up with the fourth
And yes, Platoon Aviation really managed to sail themselves up in this race. They didn't look so good on the first upwind mark, but they just kept on fighting. Boat by boat, I think, was probably the call on their boat to move forwards, and they did it. First Quantum Racing and then Paprick, and then they finished 4th. Basically winning this little group. They still could win because the first 3 boats, Phoenix, Gladiator and Sled, were out of touch, and they did that by actually going on the right side on the ley line. The other boats undertook that ley line, and that's how they secured their 4th place. I think Hyman Aspirations is quite happy with that result. He told us in the beginning of the event that a 3rd or a 5th or 4th are keepers for him, so probably happy faces on Platoon Aviation so far.
Indeed, they were actually 7th at the top mark first time up, where Platoon then got up to 5th or 4th actually on the downwind, and then we saw them coming in nicely at that top mark to finish in 4th place. So let's have a look at the leaderboard after 6 races. And it's a Gladiator on 19 points now, 4 points clear. It was 1 point going into this race, so very much benefiting from the misfortunes of Alegre, who got that 10th place. Sled very much in contention, then in 2nd and 23 points. 5 points further back is Platoon Aviation, so you consider that Gladiator's lead over Platoon is 9 points. And really Gladiator going in the right direction. They only had that one bad race in the first race. Otherwise, they're really spectacularly consistent. Then Alegre then dropping to 4th from 2nd. Vayu 5th. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, are in 6th. They were 7th going into today. Phoenix in 7th. They were 9th going into this race. Alpha Plus in 8th. Now they're dropping from 6th. Paprick 9th and Interlodge coming away with a 6th are in 10th place. So interesting racing, good racing action all the way through. It's not super high speed, but it's very exacting, very precise, and it's all about starting and getting the level of risk correct. And Gladiator and Sled in particular did that. Really, really nicely sailed all the way around the course. So that's our standings at the moment. To say Gladiator increasing their lead. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we should come back with the 2nd race of the day. Fingers crossed for 3 today, but that's going to be a bit of an ask. But looking at how late Maria was prepared to keep the fleet racing yesterday, then you never know. Catch up with us in a few minutes.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the Rolex TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our 2 flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
season racing is back at the top of the world. Rolex TP52 World Championship.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Welcome back to Newport, Rhode Island. A beautiful afternoon here coming into the weekend with Gladiator now 4 points clear at the top of the table ahead of Sled, the 2021 World Champions, and the reigning World Champions Platoon Aviation Harmuller Spears team going 1-4 from the last two races to move up into third place. Alegre then, unfortunately a 10th place for them, dropping them to fourth, and conditions looking better all the time, Louise, for race number 7. 10 knots of breeze, something like that. Louise, it looks good.
Andy, yes, breeze looks good. We have 8 to 10 knots now. The wind is coming from southwest to 40 degrees. And I think we are now at the peak of the sea breeze. So this is the highest temperature. We have 4 o'clock local time. So I don't think it gets any hotter, so that means the breeze doesn't develop anymore. So this can be the best racing conditions of today for race number 2, Andy.
Indeed, the big question is whether we'll get 3. It's 4 o'clock local time. Each race takes an hour and on average half an hour turnaround time. So I would say it's marginal, but you never know. You never know. But Gladiator very much in the box seat as far as this World Championship goes, being pursued by 2 past World Champions. And Platoon starting to find their form. And a good solid race for them. But Gladiator very much leading the regatta on board there with Harmuller Spear and the Platoon Aviation team. Just watching the dynamic there between Vasco Vascotto and Jordi Calafat down to leeward. Overhead, it's all about positioning here in general. It was interesting to see Sled winning that with a relatively conservative positioning on the line. Gladiator starting at the committee boat last time. Louise, what do you think about the positioning of the fleet at the moment? Seems like everybody's trying for the committee boat end of the line.
I think it's very interesting. So it's absolutely, so it's not a secret anymore that the right side might be better here. You can see all the boats fighting for that race committee boat. They all want to start off on the right side as Gladiator, Sled and Phoenix did it in the race before, and they were in the leading group, so they all probably think if they start off right, get the chance to go to that right side, they can have a good race. And there are a lot of teams here who really need a good race to move up in that leaderboard.
But not everybody can start at the committee boat end of the line. We're
so
just
very
watching,
tight positions here.
Just watching Gladiator just holding a Vayu up. All the time they hold Vayu up, they let Platoon off the hook to leeward. On board the final countdown with Vayu. You can see Gladiator just to leeward off them, bow forward his Platoon. Gladiator coming forward, nice speed build. We have 10 or 11 seconds to go. Just trying to keep the door closed to Vayu as much as possible. Speed build, nice for Platoon Aviation.
All clear, all clear.
Now then, Platoon Aviation for me win the start. They've got pace, a little bit of height over. I think it's an Alpha Plus to leeward of them. Couple of boats second ranked off the line. Gladiator tacking off. But Vayu get to the right earliest, the first attack onto port. But Platoon with options, really, Louise. I think they were started with the best pace for me. Quantum.
Yes, absolutely. So for me, Platoon won that start. They had the best pace, as you've just said. Gladiator was playing a little bit too long for Vayu to have the perfect speed up to go full power over target above the starting line. Platoon was focused on their process and nailed that start. So now for me they're in a similar position as Sled was in the race before.
Exactly.
So just windward of Gladiator and probably all the way to the right corner now.
Indeed, exactly the case. Platoon started best, give themselves options. So too, though, they didn't really have pace off the line, but trying to get to weather off the fleet. And also Sled furthest to the left of the boats on port just now. Pushing still to the left, we have Alegre tacking now. And further out beyond Alegre, we have Phoenix. So wind angle very, very similar, I think.
And yeah, I'm driving up the right side here with...
Go on, Louise.
With Gladiator together. We're driving up here, leeward of Vayu. And it seems like that Gladiator is pulling off their higher and faster mode again. And I wonder how long Platoon can live in their lane. It looks tighter and tighter for them. They weren't so happy over the events with their speed. They could have a nice mode when they were sailing free. They weren't so happy when they had to hold a tight lane. So I'm not sure how long Platoon can still live there.
Indeed, and it's going to be expensive if they have to tack off, because they'll have to take the sterns of the boats to weather off them. Just watching on board just now with Platoon. Vasco just thinking what he wants to do. Trying to get harm to keep fast without dropping into a Gladiator. Platoon looked to be quick enough in isolation there. As Louise said, it's really when they come up against, in particular, Gladiator, bow number 4 just there. And Vayu a little bit pinned on this right side, but I think they'll be happy with that. And in the end, Platoon tack off. Very much now leaving Gladiator to their own devices, and really you have to say that Gladiator are on fire for the moment. So what do we think of Platoon's position?
I guess happy faces on Gladiator now. Tony Langley has all the free options he want to have now, so they're in a better position than the race before, where they had Sled covering them, controlling them. Now they can do whatever they want, tack whenever they want. What's really nice for that boat here. And yeah, I think Platoon, they had such a great start, couldn't really hold their lane. It's always a little bit frustrating, to be honest, if you're on the boat of Platoon, because you're just trying your best, but you're just not going as high, as fast, and that was probably the critical moment of their race. But let's see, there's always a comeback. But at the moment it looks brilliant for Gladiator. I would like to be on that boat. If you're just higher and faster at that one time on a World Championship, it makes life just so much easier. You have the feeling you all the time sail with a very, very happy boat, and we always like happy boats.
We do indeed, but just interesting, as you said, nowhere for Platoon to go. They've cleared their lines as much as possible, but when the race course is right-handed, you don't want to go further left to get a clear lane behind Alpha Plus and Quantum. Sled seem to have pace on Quantum and Alpha Plus, have some options and going quite quickly. Prix seems quite nice. Louise, maybe 10 knots or a little bit more. Certainly fully powered up.
Yes, we have a nice wind here now, so we have some small waves rolling in, I would say 10 knots, so really the boats are powered up, the full crew hiking. They're all stretched their little toes to get the maximum weight out, because it's a world championship for them. As Don on Vayu said, it's not just a race of a season, what is already very important for these boats. No, it's the world championship, so they really want to make sure they win this event, so they give it all. Don from Vayu, the helm, he had the impression that boats are just pushing a little bit more, so it's about to really stretch all your body now on that upwind to go as fast as you can, especially if it's such a one-way track where everybody goes in the same direction and the fastest boat will round that upwind mark in first position, Andy.
Indeed, we're just looking then at a nice overhead shot of Gladiator versus Vayu. Gladiator, as Louise said, seemed to have height and pace. And going quickly, these are the top two boats at the moment, according to the tracker. Sled won the previous race in third just now. But certainly things moving a little bit quicker with this slightly stronger wind pressure. Quantum versus Sled on the left side of the track on board with Andy Soriano's Alegre.
And in the pre-start of that second race, I've seen the strategist Will Ryan, probably the longest time in the mast, trying to understand the wind, trying to see where there is more wind on what side, to then decide what starting line to pick and where to go in the upwind. So they really wanted to reset from the race they had before. I think they were just trying to do their process, trying to get back in the next race, and they tried to take their routine, their preparation very serious. And yeah, let's see how they get in there from the left side. What we had very often for this race course now was the right bend, so the banana these boats are getting when they tack onto starboard, they're able to go higher, 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 but you can also have more pressure on the left side. So I think with that split we can get a good view again what will work better. And as I'm speaking about, Tony Langley is tacking.
We were just getting that as you were saying it. It was interesting because Quantum and Sled in particular are quite high on port, or were quite high on port, and Gladiator choosing to tack, I would say relatively early, certainly not going out all the way to ley line. You want to use the wind bend as much as possible. And again, to a certain extent, you want to sail your opposition. In the case of Gladiator, Vayu further to the right. Paprec will go above them. Paprec tacking into Vayu's lee bow. But looking like that left coming in slightly stronger. This is fascinating then. Sled and Quantum For sure, Gladiator behind Sled and Quantum going across. Phoenix furthest out to the left. And Quantum tacking. Looking very much like Sled have profited. I think, as you said, Louise, a little bit more wind pressure on that left side. Starting to take control of the fleet.
Looks like that they might have had a little bit more wind there on that left side, and now as the boats are tacking onto starboard, they all want to have a free lane to take the advantage of that wind bend. But how interesting is this racetrack, isn't it, Andy? The race before it was all about going in the right corner. Now as the seawind had already developed a little bit more, there are options from the left side. So the boats who started more in the middle of the starting line to have more options actually now are gaining because they could go more to the left and have more options.
I'm really loving the way that Sled have approached this upwind. Relatively conservative start in terms of positioning. They give themselves options. They've certainly found this early pressure on the left side. Gladiator pushed the risk more, went to the early right. Hasn't really worked out for them, so really have a fascinating situation where Gladiator lead Sled by 4 points on the leaderboard for the World Championship, and at the moment Sled are 4 boats ahead of them. So maybe we'll see the tables turned by the end of this race, or at the end of this race, but really Sled sailing a great first beat so far.
Andy, I absolutely agree with you. It's so exciting now to see these 4 boats in between Sled and Gladiator. And I think it's race number 7, so if everything goes well, we have 10 races. That means it's now the moment you already start looking for the other boats close to you. So do you think Gladiator should already have an eye on Sled?
I think it's kind of the other way at the moment, where Sled are keeping an eye on Gladiator and happy to attack from their position. But Gladiator, you know, dropping, I think, this little cluster of boats, this little group, but on the left. Certainly the left of the fleet are going best at the moment. Sled and Quantum, Alegre. And who would have thought that the platoon would be so deep? But that really, as you said, Louise, that was a really critical point when platoon could no longer live on the hip of a Gladiator and had to tack off. And suddenly, because of that, they're in the traffic. They can't find a lane and they're down in 9th for the moment. But Sled have quite a comfortable lane, I would say, for the moment. They have Phoenix just to windward but behind. And certainly Sled have Quantum in their pockets for the meantime. But it seems quite even all in all as we approach this windward mark. Still, I think a little bit of bend. I think approaching this windward mark on starboard, just looking at the angle that Phoenix and Sled are making. Phoenix just under ley line.
Andy, I agree with you. I'm at the windward mark now. And the boats here on the right, they can start again to point higher. We've seen that the race before. They just point a little bit higher than the boats below them. and I think we will have some nice upwind mark approaches. It's now about traffic management, we call this. So you want to have a clear lane, but most of the boats are already on starboard, so the boats who are not on ley line yet, they need to find a nice position to manage themselves to squeeze inside, and I think we will have some tight situations possibly.
We are just looking at Phoenix close to ley line, potentially just a little bit under, and they will make a little gain relative to Sled as I speak. This could be a pretty good day for the Phoenix all in all. Certainly making a nice approach. Say just on or even slightly above ley line. Sled have got a hitch in from port, just tacking at the little protector mark. Coming in with pace and converging with Phoenix. They should be able to tack inside Phoenix in the end quite comfortably, I think. To a slightly different angle, but actually Phoenix, Sled going behind Phoenix. So then Phoenix are going to lead round the top mark. Quantum coming in late from the left. So Phoenix are round in first. Sled is second. And the good thing for them is they have Quantum now round in third. Alegre in a very, very tight ley line, looking quite vulnerable there. Gladiator even just a little bit shy, but coming around with pace. Now this is tough then, Louise, for Alegre, but Gladiator getting round next. Now that really is messy and horrible for Alegre. Alegre impeding Platoon. Really, it's going to be expensive for Alegre, who'd fought back, and I think they're going to end up on the mark. You can not see this working out well for Alegre at all. Interlodge at the mark as well. Paprec having to duck round the back of them. And Vayu. So a penalty for Alegre. And you could be looking at a very, very expensive day for Alegre in terms of points. Vayu then 8th. They're not quite sure what Alegre are doing there. I mean, in theory, they should sail clear and take their penalty, but they've impeded Paprec going across their bows. But anyway, difficult race for Alegre. Got themselves into trouble at that top mark. But a good upwind for Phoenix, Louise. Sled, really nice, super consistency today.
Absolutely, Andy. And in the race before, Phoenix was already doing great, finished that race in third. Hasso Plattner was steering on his steering wheel. Now they changed for the second race, so Tina Plattner is helming. So she prefers to helm with a tiller. That means they changed back to a tiller, as we also are knowing this from the dinghy sailing. And coming in from the left side, they're super good together with Sled actually then winning Sled at the Upwind mark, and Quantum also getting in there. And then I think Gladiator was the last boat who could still come around the Upwind mark before there was this drama with Alegre. Alegre was just very, very shy on ley lines, tried to squeeze around there, but then unfortunately they got stuck. And I think Patrick, the French boat, who were on top of them windward, was a little bit the victim out of this whole situation, because they then had to keep clear, had to sail leeward, had to go around the mark, basically then try again to make that mark. And whilst they were finally making the mark, Alegre was trying to do their penalty, got a little bit infringed again with Patrick. So yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for the French there. We're a little bit double victim of the whole drama, but I think now they all want to attack. But this is why we can now see the three first boat as a leading group extending from the rest of the fleet, as we had in the race before as well, Andy.
Indeed, just looking at the standings, and Gladiator will still be at the top of the table just now, by 4 points ahead of Sled. Platoon would be up to third. Sorry, 2 points. It should be Gladiator should be on to 23 points versus Sled's 25 as it stands at the moment. Platoon into a reasonably comfortable third place. Alegre dropping all the time, unfortunately, and Phoenix up to fifth. We're seventh going into this race, so I think the Plattner family would be pretty happy to come away with a 3 and a 1 for the day. A great testament to the skills on board Phoenix generally, and in particular the afterguard, Cam Dunn and Ed Baird, put their faith in the left, and it came good for them. Sled a little bit more conservative. And Quantum, for me, sailed the top third of the beat really nicely. But Gladiator, as they did yesterday, with their fifth, minimising their losses. On board just now, Gigi Parada. You can't help smiling when you have Gigi, an Argentinian, wearing a Union flag round his neck, and that's the measure of the respect and enjoyment that he has racing with his team. Multinational, multicultural, and enjoying each other's company on and off the water. So Gladiator pushing hard, but as Louise said, quite a distance between them and Quantum.
And yes, I think it's so interesting how a little mistake of a boat can actually change then the whole dynamic of the fleet. So Alegre's mark problem was slowing down the full rest of the fleet, because they all got together a little bit stuck at that upward mark, so the other four boats could extend, and that really makes a difference now in the race approach and strategy of these four leading boats. Now, if you are on Gladiator and Quantum Racing, you don't worry so much anymore about the boats behind you.
Yeah.
You can actually be more relaxed because there's a gap, so you want to attack. So I think we will see Gladiator again in attacking mode.
I think we will, but it's a gap of 180 meters, something like that, between Quantum and Gladiator. But as you said, this is all to the good of Sled. Mr. Okura's team come ashore with a 1-2 for the day. They'd be pretty happy, having started the regatta with a 2-2. Of course, this is the penultimate day. It's a very difficult venue in terms of timing, Louise, isn't it? In the sense that there's this gradient breeze very often in the morning, and then you have to have this period where the gradient is beaten by the thermal breeze, and then you've only got a certain period in the afternoon to race. It's particularly tomorrow, and we always have a cut-off time at 3:30.
Andy, I absolutely agree with you, and it also seems like just a very difficult venue here regarding the wind conditions. I mean, in the race before we had a right shift on the first upwind mark that made the right side so much stronger, and I think now we just had also a big left shift, so I wouldn't be surprised if they would change course for the next upwind. All the boats kept going on the downwind, and now they're jibing and they're basically already at the gate, and I guess that was also why Alegre was so shy on ley line on that upwind mark we've seen before.
Indeed, it's so important not to get yourself into that situation. Like I think we've seen it before with Alegre getting stuck on the mark. And it really proves costly. I mean, the spread of the fleet generally now, we have 850 metres between first and last. That's half a leg. So the wind has gone over the course of the last round. The wind has gone 10 degrees left, which we saw on that upwind. So 230 degrees wind axis for the next leg. So Phoenix lead through the Lure Gate, followed by Sled. And then it will be Quantum Racing. So once again, Louise, two boats going round one mark. Quantum in third, looking like they'll go round the right-hand mark, as we see it.
Yes,
sure.
exactly. So I think exactly. So the wind is left shifted, so they want to be on port as soon as they can, and now Quantum Racing took the other mark and they have all the way free to go with the shift.
Indeed. So Quantum going round in third, Gladiator now in fourth. So how do you feel about Quantum's position going round that right hand mark, looking upwind?
I really like Quantum Racing's position here. If I look upwind, I can see the upwind mark, and it looks like that they're in free wind here, so they can sail their own mode. They're a little bit out of touch now, obviously, with Gladiator, who's going in the opposite direction. There was the boat exactly behind them. But I think at that point, Quantum Racing can only control their side. They're heading with the shift to the right side, so from now on, they can only control the right side and the boats who follow them.
So Alpha Plus round in 7th. 8th will be Paprec. 9th Vayu. Indeed, 9th Vayu coming in, looking like they're going to sail a long way to the right hand mark perhaps, or no, going for the jibe drop on the left hand mark. So just a quick message for those of you wondering from our race committee, this is going to be the last race of the day, so 2 race day, only 2 races, and 10th round is Alegre. But these top 3 boats well clear. As Louise said, a bit of a gap, in fact 150 metres, 100 metres or so between Quantum and Gladiator. But good conditions now, fully powered up, going upwind. Quantum chasing Sled.
Beautiful sailing conditions out here now. 10 knots, light waves, really nice now for sailing, and especially in these boats. We have the full crew hiking again outside, and the boat is full on pressure. Just seems like that the top 2 boats are going a little bit faster here. So Phoenix and Sled, I'm leeward of Quantum Racing. They just look a little bit faster than Quantum Racing. I don't exactly know what it is or why this is. Is it because they have a little bit more wind, or just because the mode is a bit better?
I think you have to find out, Louise.
But yeah, that makes Quantum Racing actually tag out now. That makes them tag out now, and I will work on it, and I might have an answer for you tomorrow, Andy.
Good. No stone unturned, Louise, now. Projected standings then, 23 for Gladiator, 25 for Sled, 31 for Platoon, and 36 for Alegre. Phoenix 38, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic in 6th, Alpha Plus in 7th, Vayu 8th, Paprec 9th, and Interlodge 10th. So I mean, if we consider that the standings going into the final day, Gladiator leading in with a couple of points over Sled. I think they'd be quite happy with that. Certainly in the mix. And also Platoon getting up into podium place. Not been very close to the podium so far this season. 7th in Newport a month ago, and indeed 7th at Palma Vela back at the end of April, beginning of May. So things finally going in the right direction for Harmuller Spreer and the team on Platoon Aviation. A big ask to turn over 9 or 10 points on the final day. But let's see what we have planned for tomorrow, whether we get 3 races. In fact, Maria Torrejo, our principal race officer, has just indicated that she's planning to go for 3 races tomorrow. The big question is whether she sets the fleet out very early to race in the gradient breeze, or whether we just cross our fingers and hope that we get 3 in the sea breeze. Or maybe something different. But anyway, Tony Langley there standing up, checking out the breeze coming into windward. Chris Hosking there at the back of the boat on the runner. Very good set of eyes, and always inputting what he sees on the water for the pressure coming in. You see there as he set up for the tack, the drops the handle, the Velcro onto the side of the cockpit. On board now, correspondingly with the Platoon Aviation, one place further back on Port tack, Victor Mourinho, then Crusoe's counterpart on the runner. See very much the accelerator pedal controlling the rig. Work very much independently of the speed team to a certain extent. Sometimes they'll be asked for a runner, sometimes they'll just be making their own call. So Phoenix actually stepping a little bit clear of Sled. Sled in turn almost 200 metres now behind, ahead of Quantum. Quantum about 200 metres behind Sled.
Andy, we see a nice little game outside here now. So there's a group of Phoenix and Sled. These boats seem really fast. Quantum Racing couldn't really match with their mode and had to tag out. So now there's quite a distance. So now they're actually more worried about Gladiator and Platoon, who's also making good gains here. So when one of these boats tags, then the other boats are tagging, so to always stay in control. And the same happened before with Phoenix and Sled. Sled tagged, Phoenix didn't want to allow them to go on the left, tagged on top of them. That's why Sled had to tag out again, but they wanted to go to the left, so had to tag back. So that's actually was really nice of Phoenix. Tina Plattner there, the only female helm in the fleet. I think this is such a great work of her, and that's why she made these gains on Sled as well.
For sure, and Phoenix always been one of the quickest boats in the fleet. Very nicely optimised. Interlodge looking at potentially a 6-6 for the day. Consistent, really. On board with Gladiator, then tacking with the Jeff Povey, the legendary grinder, Nottingham's best grinder. But really, Sled and Phoenix well clear of the fleet, and if anything, Phoenix maybe Sled maybe closing up on Phoenix slightly. So the big question is, we're still on this second upwind. Can Sled get through Phoenix and finish the day with a double bullet? And as ever, it's nice to point out that both of the top two boats are owner drivers. Phoenix, as Louise said, Tina Plattner and Mr. Okura then on the Sled. Harry Melges the fourth, young pro on Quantum. Gigi Parada, pro on Gladiator. Platoon Harm Muller Spear, amateur owner driver. Interlodge Austin Fragaman, Patrick Cedric Chateau Pro, Alpha Plus. We had Leo, who we interviewed earlier on in the day, Leo Takashi. Mr. Andy Soriano on Alegre. And Vayu, of course, Don Whitcraft. So Alegre have got themselves through Vayu up to 9th. So approaching this windward mark, Phoenix in control. What do you think, Louise? Can Sled pull something out of the bag and get through on this run? Still plenty of opportunities. It's all about whether Phoenix can keep Sled undercover down the run, which is never easy. Sled tacking first onto starboard. Phoenix will tack pretty much on their face. So good wind pressure coming into this top mark. It's close though, Louise, isn't it?
Oh yes, it's very close. I think it will be very exciting until the finish. Sled really is pushing here. They want to go for a double bullet and they don't give them a single break to Phoenix. They stay on them, they try to put them under pressure and hope that Phoenix will make a mistake, but I don't think Tina Plattner will let this lead give away.
But for sure under pressure from one of the strongest boats in the fleet. As I said earlier in the day, the list of accolades and honours on board the Sled is really second to none, and they're on the hunt. In Quantum Racing, powered by American mighg, round in 3rd, looking at a 10-point day. Not quite achieving the 4 points per race average, but nonetheless, they've had better days, they've had worse. And Gladiator round in 4th. Fifth is going to be Platoon still. Around the mark now. Javier de la Plaza setting up the kite. Gerd Habermuller on the rail. And then Interlodge coming next. Alpha Plus, I think it is just tacking on Paprec. Both of them tacking inside Alegre. So close racing all the way through the fleet, but look at that lead for Phoenix. These 7th, 8th and 9th position boats coming into the windward mark, and Phoenix very much a speck in the distance. Nonetheless, most of the teams having a lot of fun, enjoying their sport on this beautiful Friday afternoon here in Newport, Rhode Island. For those of you watching from Europe, thanks for staying up and enjoying the action. Maybe even a few in South Africa, the Phoenix fans. Big hello to anyone in Cape Town. Really the home of the Phoenix team.
Andy, we can see something very interesting now in the tracking. We were just speaking before about if Mr. Okura from the York Yacht Club on sled will have another chance to Phoenix. And I said, well, they need to wait for a mistake of Phoenix, put them under pressure. And they definitely put them a little bit under pressure. So there was a very brave call to make a jibe as the only boat. So the leading boat jibed at the offset mark. Phoenix, Sled and Quantum Racing continued. So Phoenix opened a door there. They must be very confident in this side to do a jibe. And I can't say yet if this was a gain for them, but they must have been very confident to allow this risk. Andy, what do you think?
I think that you analysed that perfectly. I think that it's very unusual for Phoenix to make that kind of take that kind of risk when they're in first. But equally, we've often seen them happy to do their own thing and make gains down the runs. So projected overall still the same. Gladiator would be leading the regatta by 2 points going into the final day, ahead of Sled. Platoon 7 points behind. So looking, you could say it looks like a two-cornered battle going into the final day, but we are, as I say, planning to do 3 races. But Phoenix, certainly one of the teams of the day at the moment, with a third and potentially a first. But as Louise said, it's pretty even. Going to be all about the wind pressure. Who gets the more wind pressure coming down to this finish line? There was a little bit more to the left on the upwinds. Whether that's going to work for Sled, I don't know, but certainly our tracker seems to think so. Just looking at some of our images, could be close. On board then, Max.
Yes, I'm super excited to see this cross now. Sled just jibed now and is heading towards Phoenix. Phoenix on starboard, Sled on port. We still take a little bit of time until they really have that cross. It's hard to say at the moment who's in front, Andy. It will stay exciting until the finish.
It will. It's all about also what Sled elect to do. So you say whether they'll cross or just jibe to stay inside. We're just looking at Phoenix. Downwind trimmer there, Lorenzo Mazza, America's Cup winner. It's the main downwind trimmer. The new mainsail trimmer this year with Phoenix is David Ray from South Africa. Shane Elliott, the navigator. But really there's next to nothing in it. And the great thing, with every bit of respect to Tina Plattner, the great thing that Ed Beard and the Phoenix team tell us is that Tina really is a sponge for information and really has this fantastic focus, a good feel for the boat, making it go fast. And for me just now, Phoenix is going quicker than Sled at a better angle, but it really is in the balance. So looks in the end like Phoenix have called that right for the meantime. Louise?
Andy, I agree with you. Yeah, what a strong and brave call from Felix there to jibe, and it paid off for them. They were basically head-on-head rounding that upwind mark, and now I think they have a 2 boat lengths lead probably. This is so exciting to watch, but also for Sled.
I think in the end they've probably gained a boat length from separating all that way out, but giving us all high blood pressure watching. It's fantastic sport, really great images from our drone pilot. The overheads are just stunning. But in the end, actually, Phoenix have opened up very slightly. I think probably sailing slightly more directly towards the finish line. This would be, as I said earlier in the stream, this would be Phoenix's best result of the season. Got a second in the second race here last month. And that would have been Tina driving.
Absolutely, and today the father Hasso Plattner sailing a 3rd place, and Tina, it looks like a win for Tina Plattner, the daughter. So there would be a 1st place for Tina. So happy family Plattner tonight. Andy, what do you think?
Absolutely. Tina has a very fixed routine when she comes ashore, and part of that routine always involves a gin and tonic, and at the moment most of the teams will be heading to the New York Yacht Club. Anyway, just keeping the nerves under control, sailing fast, everyone on board Phoenix focused on doing their jobs to the best of their ability, and really actually they've sailed these little shifts beautifully coming down this run. A few minutes ago, Louise, we were saying that Phoenix and Sled were 2 boat lengths apart, and now they're 100 meters apart, and that's just sailing the shifts, getting better angles. Coming in towards the finish line. Phoenix, I think Phoenix will get in on this jibe, Louise, or maybe a quick hitch at the end.
I'm at the finish, and it looks like that Phoenix can get on this jibe into the finish. Maybe they have to bear away or just like soak down to the finish, but it looks good for them.
Indeed, so the Plattner family flying the flag for South Africa. I think we'll see some happy faces on board. A really solid day for them as they come through for their first race win of 2024 in the 52 Super Series. And 4 points for the day, that's pretty good. Mind you, so too is 2 seconds for the Sled team. Handshakes all round, good job, well done. And also Quantum Racing, as I said, have had better days, have had worse, but things going in the right direction for them this afternoon with a 3rd after that 7th place. But they really have 8 or so points to make up to get on the podium. It's going to be all about whether we get how many races we get tomorrow in that sense. But Platoon Aviation are on the podium and will be on the podium after this race. Gladiator through in 5th. 2 and a 5 for Gladiator today. PJ Parada there just discussing the race with Bruno Zanulli, their navigator, and Tony, the owner. Not entirely happy. Interlodge then coming through next. So Interlodge through, as I say, and then it's going to be Alpha Plus. The fleet quite spread out now. Alpha Plus coming through now. Not so happy, but nonetheless. That's close, yeah, between Paprec and Alegre, but Paprec get it. Alegre ending up with the 9th, which is 1 place better than 10th, and that's where they were at the that top mark, or after the top mark and down that first run. So you'd have to call it an unforced error on their part. A weighty day for them. Really scoring more points today than they had into today. 18 points going into this morning. 10 points from race 6, 9 points from race 7. So there we go, two good races in the end in the sea breeze. Small delay in the morning or early afternoon. I would say that our race officer, our race team, Maria Torrijo, and the men and ladies on the committee boat got the timing very much right in terms of when we started racing. It is 5 o'clock local time. So good to see the Phoenix team performing. You say they're the team which finished up the 2023 season with a regatta win, and that was of course before the return of Hasso and Tina Plattner. That was with Tony Norris steering. Tony very much the project manager, and I think still enjoying his time on board just as much, really loving seeing his partner Tina doing so well, and Hasso enjoying his sport. So important for the team and for the class that everyone enjoys the racing, especially when they invest so much time, effort and money into their teams. It's great that everybody has some good days over the course of the season. So Louise, then a good race win for Phoenix, but Sled and Gladiator so close going into the final day. So Gladiator have yet to win a regatta since
Andy, can you hear me?
Yeah, Guiche Parada, since Guiche Parada joined them, but they're in the box seat going into the final day. Louise, what do you feel like Gladiator have to do tomorrow? I mean, we're looking at potentially 3 races. It's stick to the processes and keep doing the same things, perhaps with a little bit less risk, perhaps. What do you think?
Andy, so I think we have a winner of the day. Sled from Mr. Okura from the New York Yacht Club, sailing here in home waters, basically sailing a first and a second place today. That's 3 points on a day. Day number 5, that's incredible. Day number 4, don't you think?
Indeed, but I'm just saying, I wonder what we feel Gladiator will do tomorrow. It's the first time they will have led, I think, into the final day. But it's all about closing out a title win, and in that respect, Gigi Parada has 3 52 Super Rolex or TP52 World Championship wins. To be fair, 2009 before Rolex joined us, and 2 with Azura. So they know how to win, as do Sled. So what do you think about tomorrow? Let's have a quick look at the Regatta standings, the World Championship standings. Gladiator on 24, Sled on 25, Platoon Aviation on 32 in third, Alegre on 37, Phoenix 38 in fifth, Quantum Racing powered by American on mighg on 39, Alpha Plus 44, Vayu 46, Prix 47, and Interlodge 55. So battles all the way through the fleet. That 7-point gap between Sled and Platoon Aviation on a 2-race day. That's one thing. On a 3-race day, that's something entirely different. Meantime, Alegre a little bit further back, but then there's only 2 points between Alegre and Quantum Racing between 4th and 6th. Then this little battle between Alpha Plus and Vayu are 2 Asian teams locked together in 7th and 8th. Paprec not far behind on 47, and Interlodge in 10th. Remember, they missed these 2 races with a technical problem on day 2. But really a great day's racing. Do we still have Louise? Louise, what's your thoughts for tomorrow then? What's Gladiator's strategy? What's Sled's strategy? We don't have Louise. We don't have Louise, but yeah, that's the big question. Do join us tomorrow. We're planning for 3 races. Say Gladiator leading into the final day, as they've not done before. Sled are the past World Champions and 52 Super Series champions, and the 2023 World Champions and 52 Super Series champions are up to 3rd. So thank you so much for joining us. A great day's racing here in Newport. Please do join us tomorrow for Super Saturday.
Racing us back at the top of the world. Rolex TP52 World Championship.
They win the World Championship title for the 3rd time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the Rolex TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our 2 flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman